Hi everyone. That was loud and aggressive. Hey, how's everyone doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Let me get rid of this. How do I do that? So welcome everyone. I hope you guys are ready to get a class in law, because we are supreme law educators. You clearly see I've been practicing for this very moment. Yeah, so no, hey everyone, we are going to be going through the state's response to the Richard Allen appeal in the Court of Appeals of Indiana. Richard Allen was convicted of the double murder of Abby and Libby. That their murders occurred on probably 2/13 to 2/14, 2017. They convicted him based on zero evidence. I think the jury was rigged. I know the judge was rigged. Allegedly, maybe. Don't sue me. Anywho, some days ago, we received the appellate brief, and we got an early surprise on yesterday, was it? When we received the state's brief of appellee from the state. Coming a little early, they had a deadline of March 30th, I believe. And you know, now looking at it, I can see why it's a little early. So today we're going to be kind of reading through the appeal. I know we did this last night with T and Sleuthy, which was amazing. I tried to go through it a little more on my own and take notes. I believe so did Keith. So hopefully we can point out a little more today. So we're getting like new takes and new looks at everything. How are you doing, Keith?
I'm good. Is the graphic behind the video here, is that new?
Yes.
It's very nice. I like that a lot. I noticed it and I was like, should I ask her? Like, I don't want to like sound, weird, but I just haven't seen it before, like this is how unobservant I am, I guess.
Sorry, that was so aggressive. Well, thank you. Yeah, it's new. I need to add more to it, but I'm a one-woman show over here, I hear that. I'm not good at any of that kind of stuff. A lot of the stuff I put together just, looks like shit, but it's about getting the message across, which is perfect. So, man, what a week. First of all, how much of a nerd do you have to be to turn your homework in early?
You know, I mean, we were expecting this Monday, and you know, here it is. But I think second of all, you know, the theme, lying liars who lie. We've said it like, you know, a million times over, and here we go again with the asserting of truth that just frankly is not true. I think I was listening in and out of T and Sleuthy last night, but I think they picked up on a lot of good stuff that I never would have thought. And I've got a couple thoughts myself. You know, everything about this response pissed me off. I will say specifically, I know you guys know, if you know me, you know I'm big on the Odinist part of everything. So getting into like page 77 and a lot of that just really kind of took me for a loop. So, you know, altogether, you know, you take that into the fact with the Attorney General tweeting this out, which I don't know if that was necessary or not. I don't know how much they do that for other state response briefs, but I don't know. It's weird. It's weird.
It's weird to be so proud of it.
Yeah.
The overall arching thing that kept coming out to me as I was going through it, especially as I was like trying to highlight things today, was there is a lot of filler. They wanted an extension of more days and more pages, yet the pages contain a lot of unnecessary words. Do you know what I mean? Like even the very beginning, the very detailed about the bridge and the planks and the width and the, I'm like, is this necessary?
Yeah, it's almost like they wanted to be competitively overachieving in a certain nature, and then they it's like everyone has done this. If you're as old as us or younger, I don't know, I can't speak for people older than me, but you know how like you're writing an essay for high school and you're like, fuck, I have like 100 words left until I reach that like requirement, you know? And then so, you know, instead of saying the dog walked down the road, you say like the dog measly meandered down the street, possibly avenue, and looked to his left and saw another dog or something like that, right? Just to fill in. Yeah, it was just like, you know, again, we're not lawyers. I don't read appellate briefs and responses in my spare time all that often. I probably will more now, but yeah, I agree with you. It felt like, Jesus, man, land the plane.
Right.
You know?
So right tonight, as we go through this, obviously we are not actually law professionals in any regard, nor do we hold an employment within anything to do with criminal justice. He's a forklift operator. I'm a professional reality TV watcher. Yeah, baby. No, I actually have a real job too, though. Just so you know.
Right.
But we have no actual education on law. So we're going through this as simpletons, like everyone else here, except for maybe a few lawyers that may pop in. So we are going to kind of come at this from a crank point of view, people who I think know the case pretty well. And so we can kind of look at it from that angle, and we can also, you know, propose some questions that hopefully can get answered about things we don't know. Yep. And hopefully roast a little bit and have some fun, you know?
Big time.
I'm excited. And now, before we start, I want to say hi to everyone. Hey, Mars, Skinny, Candy, Judgy, Free Ricky Bay, Angel Eyes, Tammy, The Royal Wee. I love you guys. If I missed anyone, Lara, Guy, hello. Fiend, thanks for coming in, guys. All right. Oh, I'm like, I have this, literally, guys, I printed out the entire thing because I'm so weird. I'm like on my work computer at work, and I'm like, I've got 3 screens at work. And then I've got like, I'm like, I just have to manually print it out. So I grab my highlighter and I'm just like trying to go. I only got through 40 pages because I was doing this on, you know, work breaks and during lunch.
Yeah, because we're normal people.
Right. But I am gonna have to like go along just so I can like keep up with my little notes that I took.
Yeah.
How far did you get?
I got to, what page am I on? Let me pull this damn tab back up.
Oh, Kate. Hi, Kate.
Oh shit, I'm almost done. I got to 87.
Oh shit.
Like 87 on the actual PDF. Or like in the document, I mean, like the the numbers at the bottom, the little numbers, the little numbers at the bottom. That's about 87.
All right. Woo. So let's go. Let's dig in, guys. And yeah, hashtag free account. Alrighty. So I'll read and then I'll like pass it to you.
Sounds good.
Okay. Once I get tired. All that stuff. I'm not reading all that stuff to you. Y'all can read that to yourselves. There's some numbers and some things and some.
For those of you listening along, she's talking about kind of the table of contents and all the pre-citation of statutes.
Thank you. All right, we can start right here. The statement of the issues. 1. Whether the admission of evidence seized from Alan's home constituted fundamental error. 2. Whether the trial court properly admitted Alan's confessions. 3. Whether the trial court properly excluded and admitted various pieces of evidence. 4. Whether the trial court properly denied Alan's motion to correct error. Oh, don't freeze on me. What are we doing? I froze. Sorry, guys. Here we go.
You good?
All right. All right. Statement of case. On October 28th, 2022, the state charged Richard Allen with 2 counts of felony murder. The information was amended on March 22nd, 2024 to add 2 counts of murder. Following a jury trial between October 14th and November 11th, 2024, the jury found Allen guilty as charged. On December 20th, 2024, the trial court vacated the felony murder convictions and imposed the consecutive 65-year sentences on Allen's 2 murder convictions. Allen filed a motion to correct error on January 20th, 2025, in which the state timely responded. On February 14th, 2025, the trial court denied the motion. Allen filed his notice of appeal on March 11th, 2025. The statement of facts. On the afternoon of Monday, February 13th, 2017, Allen killed 14-year-old Libby German and 13-year-old Abigail Williams in a remote wooded area north of the Monon High Bridge Trail in Delphi. The Monon High Bridge Trail spans from Freedom Bridge over the Hoosier Heartland Highway on the northwest side and ends at the Monon High Bridge to the southeast. The High Bridge is an abandoned, dilapidated railroad track that spans 852 feet and is 65 feet high over Deer Creek. Wooden platforms extending out. Okay, here's what I was talking about, guys. Wooden platforms extending out from the sides of the track occur periodically along the bridge. The first platform is approximately 50 feet out from the start of the bridge. The trail dead ends at the far side of the bridge, where both sides slope sharply downhill. Keeps freezing. My internet is wilding right now, guys. I am so sorry. It like keeps totally freezing. What's happening? Am I like dropping out and popping back up?
I see you exactly as is. I don't see any
Oh,
problems.
it just freezes on my end then. Weird.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, this Wi-Fi. All right. The trail dead ends at the far side of the bridge, where both sides slope steeply downhill. Parking to access the trail is located both near Freedom Bridge and farther east at a side entrance on County Road 300 North, known as the Mears Entrance. And Keith, if you see like a good question or anything you want to bring up, just let me know because I'm just reading this.
Right. Okay.
Due to the voluminous pretrial and trial exhibits, the state refers to the documentary exhibits by exhibit, blah, blah, blah. Okay, it takes about 10 minutes to walk the trail from bridge to bridge. On February 13th, 2017, Delphi schools were closed, and the weather was unseasonably warm. Delphi High School sophomores Brianne Wilbur and Riley Voorhees, along with Voorhees' two younger sisters, arrived at the Monon High Bridge Trail around 12:25 p.m. By 12:43 p.m., the group had walked from Freedom Bridge to High Bridge. Alan, who lived in Delphi and was familiar with the area, also went to the trail that afternoon. Surveillance video captured Alan's black 2016 Ford Focus driving westbound on CR 300 North toward the Freedom Bridge side at 1:27 p.m. He parked at the old CPS building and walked onto the trail. On their return, as they neared Freedom Bridge about 1:30 p.m., the group of girls encountered Alan as he walked in the opposite direction towards High Bridge. Alan noticed the girls as he walked past them without speaking. Neither Voorhees nor Wilbur saw another man on the trail who looked like him. Ooh, what did it just do? Fucking internet. Okay. So neither Voorhees nor Wilbur saw another man on the trail who looked like him. Looked like who? Because they never said they saw Richard Allen.
Right.
Who looked like Bridge Guy?
Yeah, so that's the one of the things that this response like asserts a lot is that just everyone
it's so ambiguous.
It's the implication, some of you will understand that joke, that everyone that these people saw that say they saw someone or a man or Bridge Guy, it's asserted automatically that it's Richard Allen. It's amazing to me. Did you see how they snuck in surveillance video captured Allen's black 2016 Ford Focus? Sorry, no, it did not. It captured a vehicle.
Yeah, that's not proven. How is that? That was never proven. That was ever his vehicle. They're just assuming, and they never provided any sort of factual evidence to back up that actually being his car.
Yeah, not only did they not provide like an actual video, they provided a shoddy screen cap of a pixelated CCTV image that could easily have been HD, probably back in that time 1080p. And you have no idea whether or not that's his car. And they also admit that they didn't even scan the county for other black Ford Focuses. So again, you can't, but they do this. They sneak all of this in here, and you're just kind of like led to believe that you should believe this. I know we're not acting shocked. We're just like reaffirming that like we're not shocked.
I mean, it's literally it's literally a situation where you have to like read page for page on each side to like try to follow along with what the fuck they're saying.
Well, I'm wondering if the response to this is going to be like are Uliana and Lehman going to go, yeah, no, that's not what happened. You know, I would hope that they would address this. Maybe it's not relevant to the actual like argument of the law that they're making. I don't know. But yeah, should we maybe like read a page and stop and then just talk about it instead of like cutting you off like mid? What do you think about that?
Sure.
Okay.
That way.
Just a thought. By the way, don't put any stock into any of my opinions, and I'll tell you why. I just found out that Restream, the chat is like the first one to pop up is the most current one. I kept scrolling down thinking that like I just found that out like a few days ago. So that's how much of a meathead I am. Don't put in Yeah, yeah.
Okay. You don't have to really work the platform that much. So, all right. Wait. Okay. After reaching High Bridge, Alan walked out to the first platform. Betsy Blair also went to the trail that afternoon to walk. Surveillance video. Hold on. Betsy Blair also went to that trail that afternoon to walk. Surveillance video showed her car driving eastbound on CR 300 North at 1:46 p.m. She parked at the Mears entrance and entered the trail there. Just before 1:49 p.m., LG's older sister, Kelsey, dropped LG and AW off at the Mears entrance up the trail. Both girls were familiar with the trail. LG's father, Derek, planned to pick them up later that afternoon. As the two walked toward High Bridge, LG sent a Snapchat message to Wilbur. Okay, so as the two walked towards High Bridge, LG sent a Snapchat message to Wilbur asking if she was still at High Bridge. Wilbur responded that they had left about 10 minutes earlier. I think we were questioning that last night in T's live, that didn't she send that from the car, or were they actually walking when she sent that?
I think that was something they mentioned that they wanted to bring up, that it was sent from the car, not from the Mears entrance.
That was interesting.
I couldn't
remember. So when Blair reached High Bridge around 2 p.m., she saw a man, now known to be Alan. This pisses me off because it's like known to be Alan by conviction. Yes, he was convicted. So like legally, yes. But it's so frustrating.
Oh, it's just wrong.
Yeah. Standing on the first platform of the bridge, as Blair circled back to the Mears entrance, she passed by LG and AW as they walked toward High Bridge. Blair did not see anyone else on the trail. LG and AW proceeded on to High Bridge and walked toward the southeast end. LG took a photo of AW on the bridge at 2:07. At 2:13, LG took a 43-second video from the far end of the bridge, showing AW cautiously walking toward LG, and a man, initially denominated Bridge Guy by police, now known to be Alan, following behind her. All right, that's that page. Any notes on your end?
Yeah, I just, do we say it initially now, just now that Betsy Blair's been brought up, that I think some staff might have might have watched the Hulu doc and reached out to Tom Webster?
Yes. Oh, thank you. You're so sweet. Shout out for the support.
Yeah, but also
Uniparty!
I know. They're gonna clip that one.
Clip that bitch.
Clip that bitch. But listen, hey, I again, I'm gonna say this one time because I got a little bit of feedback that I need to stop talking about Betsy Blair's poop too much. I don't know how Betsy Blair's metformin was kicking in at a really, really tough time, and she made a couple visits to the library because guess what? That's the best place to go. So I just, again, time frames with her, and I know that in the Fitbit data, but again, she even talks about the girls that she saw didn't see her. You know what I mean?
Right.
And you apply that to like one thing with those girls, but I feel it's damn near impossible that Rick would be standing out on the first platform and not see Betsy if she saw him. Mm-hmm. Which, again, just food for thought.
Right. And so also, I want you guys to pay attention going forward as well. To do with Betsy is I find that they're the state is very accusatory of the defense for cherry picking things throughout this, right? You'll notice that a lot. However, they constantly cherry pick Betsy Blair's information. They say this information is good, this information is bad. Much like Tom Webster did. It's like they had to be watching him. So pay attention to that.
Yeah, I'll definitely mention one of the things that I feel passionate about with that cherry picking comment, because I think that was a really, really low blow. But that comment, oddly enough, was made in defense of the state's, in my opinion, one of the worst witnesses they had in Sarah Carbaugh, who changed her story 3 times. And then you'll see that they talk about weighing the totality of the circumstances with her statements. Well, you guys aren't doing that with quite a few people, right?
Right. Candy says there was a 20-minute offset in camera time, so she didn't really poop according to case-by-case findings. Okay. Now here's my favorite part. We're getting to the good shit. Bridge guy wore a blue jacket, blue jeans, a brown hat or hood on his head, and sneakers or boots. The audio captured the following. Is he right there? Is he right there? AW, don't leave me up here. LG says, see, this is the path. LG says, that blank a gun. LG, there's no path here. We have to go down here. Alan, oh, they use his name. Guys, LG, right. Hi, Alan, down the hill. 7 seconds after the video ended, either LG or AW tried unsuccessfully to biometrically unlock the cell phone. LG's Apple Health data captured the girls' movements. Alan brought the girls down the steep incline toward Deer Creek, where he later confessed he intended to rape them. Between High Bridge and Deer Creek was a single dirt driveway at the end of County Road 625 West that led to the Weber property. Alan saw a van, Brad Weber, driving home from work along that driveway, which scared him and changed his plans. Alan ordered the girls to cross the 100-foot wide creek. All right, so obviously, it's very interesting that they state that it said that is a gun versus everybody else, including at trial, stating it says dat be a gun. Did they not testify that it says dat be a gun?
Yeah, this is the we now officially have the state telling us 2 different stories. If you think about it, it's based off one word. And again, I know you can maybe say semantics and it's in the same spirit, but I think it gives weight to the fact that they can't get their shit together as far as to actually what was said, which means maybe we shouldn't put a lot of weight into Jerry Holman's assertion of what was said on the video. Right?
Right. Which that in itself is misleading. I want an appeal on the appeal response. Like, what?
Like,
that
imagine
is a gun? That's not even factual. Now you're just lying. Lying liars who lie. Hey, woman. Hi, Heavy. Thank you guys for coming in. Anyone else I missed that's coming in? Tammy, hey. Love you guys. Okay. So, yeah, that's infuriating. Like, it's repeated. And then the guilters even argue with us that it's dat be a gun.
Right.
And argue it till the cows come home that that's what it says. But here is the state now saying, just kidding.
You know, I think there might be a lot of people that can agree you hear, you know, in the that E a gun or that E and then the rest. Like the debate has always been up until now. This is the path that be a gun, or this is the path that we go down, right?
Which one makes sense?
Right. We know which one makes a lot more sense. But now the state can't even get their shit together, and they're saying that is a gun, unless this was yet another infamous clerical error that ChatGPT made for us here.
And I am hoping, and I wanted to do this, I just didn't have the time today. I wanted to like find direct references of them stating that be a gun on their end, you know. So hopefully in their response they refer to something to do with that. Please don't.
Yeah. Like, I don't think, and I'm trying to watch the chat. I don't think anyone in your chat or any of the chats that I've seen I've ever seen anyone say, I remember there was a time where they said that is a gun.
Never.
Right?
And no, never. And I also, you can hear that be a gun if you want to hear it, right? Like I could put the sound on, I could put the headphones on. If I want to hear that be a gun, I can hear it. If I listen closely and use my logical mind and try to put sentences and words together, it doesn't allow me to listen to hear that because that we go down.
Right. And this was Tony Ligma Liggett, not Holman. So correction there. This was his testimony, what he said. But
fuck you, Jeeves. No, you can hear it if you try to, like if you want to. Okay?
It was like back in the day that what the meme of like the black dress or the blue dress, is it gold?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right?
I can see both. Or is it a witch or a beautiful young woman? Lick 'em low, lick it. This has a lot to do with lick 'em low, lick it.
Lick 'em low. We love Tony Ligma.
Oh, we need a star crank. We need a spokesperson crank to be our Afro man and start making music videos and call them Lick 'em low, lick it, and start making Delphi music videos talking about this corrupt ass town. That would be
Lick 'em low, lick it, dude.
That would be amazing.
Skinny's got to get in a stand up, dude. He's just gotta.
Skinny, I feel like you could do it. You could be the cameraman.
I don't see him in any chat where he doesn't make me fucking belly laugh. That's crazy. Lick 'em low, lick it. Okay.
Get on camera. Ooh, DB.
Hey.
Please, God, do it. Be our Afro man.
Yeah. So then in this, right, just while we're on this page, 7 seconds after the video ended, either LG or AW tried unsuccessfully to biometrically unlock the cell phone. How do you know it was them? And I think Sleuthy said this. How do you know it was them if it was unsuccessful? Like, is there enough?
Right. That if anything, that tells you it wasn't them because it was unsuccessful. Like, well, how do you make that jump?
How do you know that wasn't Bridge Guy or whoever going?
Why didn't you try to say Alan tried to unlock it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's even weird to just suggest them too when they could have easily said Alan.
Mm-hmm.
They're saying Alan everywhere else.
Yep. Yeah. Where he confessed he intended to rape them. Yeah, he also confessed to cheating on a cigarette, putting bullets in the back of the girl's head. What are we talking about here?
I have to go page for page with my... I need a binder. All right. At some point, Alan ordered the girls to undress. At some point, Alan ordered the girls to undress, and various pieces of the girls' clothing were discarded in the creek. LG's tie-dye shirt and camisole, one of LG's Nike tennis shoes, AW's jeans and underwear, together but turned inside out, AW's gray hooded sweatshirt, and a sock. Alan took the girls north of the steep creek bed to a secluded valley that was difficult to see from the creek. At the steep hillside to the north and the Weber property to the south, LG was naked, while AW was clothed. Partially in her own clothing, but wearing LG's wet jeans and LG's sweatshirt. So they're not even... I'll shut up and we'll just get to the end of the page. AW's tennis shoes were wet and dirty, consistent with the creek bottom. Alan cut both girls' necks with a box cutter. AW sustained one partial transection of her left exterior jugular vein. LG sustained at least 3 separate injuries: a partial transection of her right common carotid artery, and complete transections of both her left common artery and her exterior jugular vein. Alan placed tree branches and sticks on their bodies. LG's cell phone registered no movement after 2:32 p.m. All right, where do we begin? You go.
I'm gonna tie in the rest of what I have from this into like the next page, because they just keep telling the story of like the day that everything happened.
Okay. Do me a favor.
Yeah.
I just need to find something real quick to show the class.
Okay. Do you want me to read through on 16 for you?
Yeah. Let's do that.
Okay. All right. Ready? At 3:11 p.m., LG was not answering phone calls from her father. Derek.
Whoa!
What?
You gotta give me time to do what I gotta do. You're just gonna at 3:11.
Oh. Well,
I'm laughing because you started reading so fast, but I always read fast.
Sorry.
No, you're
Should I slow down?
I'm fucking with you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Derek walked to the Freedom Bridge trailhead where he encountered Dave McCain coming from the High Bridge side. McCain had not seen the two girls. Derek alerted family that the girls were not at the trailhead and that LG was not answering her phone. Family quickly assembled and searched the Monon High Bridge Trail and Delphi. As he left the scene, Alan kept off the trail to avoid being seen. At about 4 p.m., Sarah Carbaugh saw a man, now known to be Alan, walking along the north side of County Road 300 North as she was driving eastbound. He was hunched forward with his hands in his pockets, much like on LG's video. She noted that he was covered in mud and had fresh blood spatters on his light-colored jeans. Around 5 p.m., law enforcement and AW's mother were notified that the girls were missing. Search teams scoured the trail and areas near High Bridge until 2 a.m. when the search was called off for the night. Law enforcement also checked in with Brad Weber, who allowed a deputy to look around his property for the girls. The search resumed the next morning, February 14th. And we can probably stop there and just read on into 17 after we talk about this.
Okay. Hold, please, because I want to take a look at this. You can hear me? Look at that.
What's this from?
The Hannah Shakespeare documentary.
Oh, yeah, okay.
All right. From the last page, I believe. Alan took the girls north of the steep creek bed to a secluded valley area that was difficult to see from the creek. I want you guys to take a look at how barren this shit is.
Right.
She went in the wintertime. This is exactly what it would have looked like then. There ain't shit nowhere. Can we hear? Let's listen.
But here's my question to you. How he got those bodies across the river, how did they get on the other side? Truly sacred land. I mean, I've been following this case for 2 years and looking at aerial footage and, you know, still pictures of this area and imagining, you know, what happened. I mean, you just can't come here and think about anything else. There's such a loneliness out here.
It's just, I mean, it's crazy. To assume that he was with those girls in the middle of the day in that location.
Yeah. First of all, sorry, do you have a thought? I want you to make sure you completed
No, go for it.
Okay. First of all, Hannah Shakespeare is extremely dramatic in this. It is not lonely. It's very, like, if you're there.
Don't insult her. Hey, girl, thanks. I love it.
Yeah, I'm not. Okay, I respectfully disagree. Sorry. Just, it's not lonely. And I visited there damn near 10 years after all this went down. So maybe it changed, but I don't necessarily agree with that assertion. Sorry. Here's where I get hung up on. Okay. We had a guy go, all right, I really want to have my way with two teenage girls. What's my best venue? Is it, do I catch him somewhere after school? or do I, pick them up and throw them in the car in a, secluded area down the road? No, my answer to this is I'm going to do this in the middle of the woods on a, I don't care how unseasonably warm it was. It's February. Okay. In the Midwest. So after that decision has been made, he decides to park in one of the most conspicuous spots in all of Delphi along the Hoosier Heartland Highway, which if you're standing where the CPS building is, you could literally get out of the car of where they said you could get out of the car, and where he said he'd park, you could turn around, face the Hoosier Heartland Highway, and pageant wave at people for, and I get it. It was the middle of the day on Monday, but you're still going to see 1-2 cars a minute because I went around the same time on a weekday and it was the same thing that happened. Okay. So you have that. Then he walked along a trail, saw multiple people, and still decided the jig's on. I know for a fact these girls are randomly going to be here and they're going to do the bridge walk. What a lucky guy.
You're so Midwestern.
What a lucky guy.
The
right?
jig is on.
The jig is up. We're throwing the kitchen sink at it, But so, after he gets his Culvers and, watches a couple hockey games. No, I'm kidding. He gets to the bridge, walks out on the first platform. An old lady sees him, right? Mm-hmm. And instead of going, shit, I got spotted. All right, I'll try again tomorrow. Luckily, these girls walk past him. He waits till they get to the end of the bridge, pole vaults again. We've already talked about this. Gets caught up to him. Then he goes, go down this hill right here, okay? And then a man drives by in a van because and this is in this response, they still say this, and this is the theory. A van passes by and he goes, shit, this is like the 80th fucking person who's seen me. This sucks so bad. All right, guys, cross the creek. Before you do, make sure you get your phone, hold it above your head. Okay, we don't want anyone's phone to get wet, soaking wet. So they get across the creek, and then he looks around and he's freaked out. He's so scared. He doesn't want to be seen that he goes, okay, either I'm going to undress you or you're going to get undressed yourself, both of you. And we know both of them were, right? Mm-hmm. And then after that, he slices and dices them. And then he has one, put her clothes back on.
Very confused by the clothing situation.
All the way down to the shoes. And then he hangs out for a bit, mm-hmm. right? This little 5'4" man grabs a 200-pound girl by presumably just one arm and drags her over to the other one.
To them, one arm.
Yeah.
And drags her.
And then
her throat is slit so harshly 3 different ways that she walks to Abby.
And not a soul hears them who was there that day, by the way. And then he goes, fuck, I've been here for too long, apparently. I was so scared by that van that passed by almost 2 hours ago. I'm going to walk up through the cemetery, and because I desperately cannot be seen by these people on the trail who have already seen me, possibly, or new people. I'm going to walk down a main road, and then I'm going to walk over, and I'm going to walk by a building that's decked out with 4 cameras on each end. And then after that, I'm going to get back into my car at the Hoosier Heartland Highway where I was waving at people earlier in the day. What are we talking about? That's our theory?
So, hi, Michael. Thank you for being here tonight.
Hello.
The one and only Michael Osbrook says, do not forget, the night of the search, the area was lit up like a football field. Yeah. So it was this, and to be fair, it was, in the earlier part of the day, was it sunny? I know it was unseasonably warm. But I don't even think it was cloudy. Yeah, it wasn't even cloudy. So we're not even looking at haze or anything. And
if you look at the bridge guy, in the video, I mean.
Yeah, it's a great day. And so he's doing all this there in this open valley that, I'm sorry, if there was that going on in the background, you can see this area from the Monon High Bridge. You literally can. And if that kind of rustling around is going on in the middle of the winter, bright like that in the middle of the day, how are you not seeing anything? How are you not?
So you can see it, definitely, I would say. And again,
hear it.
You can hear it 1000%. I did a video with you live where I told you why, but you could definitely see it from the south end of the bridge. The north end, it's a little tough because the creek bends around.
Mm-hmm.
Nonetheless, I'd be remiss to think you couldn't see him taking them down the hill at the very least. At the very least. And then they kind of cross. It's weird. It's like I don't know. You might be able to see it. You certainly can hear it.
Yeah.
I don't care what anyone says. You can hear it.
All right. So let's get back over here. What else was I wanted to point out? Oh, we got to the box cutter, right? On page 15, or did you not read that?
Yeah, we got. No, you want me to keep going?
No, what page were you on?
I ended at 14, so you should start with on the bottom of page 14. Alan ordered the girls across a 100-foot White Creek.
Okay. At some point, Alan ordered the girls to undress, and various pieces of the girls' clothing were discarded in the creek. LG's tie-dyed shirt and camisole.
Wait, sorry, I messed up.
I thought so.
I did. That was my bad.
No, you're good. We were
I ended at the search resume next morning, February 14th.
Okay, that's what I thought. So I just wanted to touch back on here because it says LG sustained at least 3 separate injuries. And I just wanted to notate it was like almost like multiple people took turns making new injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Because each injury, didn't they early on testify to the fact they thought it could have been different weapons? Different blades?
I think Dr. Roland Kaur stated he could not tell whether it was one person or multiple people based off of the start and finish of where the incision was made. I could be wrong by that.
Mm-hmm. No, that sounds right.
And again, no one, I don't know if anyone has ever asked if this is morbid as hell, but like, were those runes carved into her neck? That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Was it a rune? Could it be?
Okay. So we're on 16. At 3:11 p.m., LG was not answering phone calls from her father. Derek walked to the Freedom Bridge trailhead where he encountered Dave McCain coming from the High Bridge side. McCain had not seen the 2 girls. Derek alerted family that the girls were not at the trailhead and that LG was not answering her phone. Family quickly assembled and searched the Monon High Bridge Trail and in Delphi. As he left the scene, Alan kept off the trail to avoid being seen. At about 4 p.m., Sarah Carbaugh saw a man, now known to be Alan, walking along the north side of CR 300 North as she was driving eastbound. He was hunched forward with his hands in his pockets, much like on LG's video. She noted that he was covered in mud and had fresh blood spatters on his light-colored jeans. Around 5 p.m., law enforcement and AW's mother were notified that the girls were missing. Search teams scoured the trail and areas near Monon High Bridge until 2 a.m., when the search was called off for the night. Law enforcement also checked in with Brad Weber, who allowed the deputy to take a look around his property for the girls. The search resumed the next morning, February 14th. About noon, searchers were along the south side of Deer Creek and found some of the girls' clothing tangled in branches in the water. Searchers were directed to the north side of the creek. Access was made by going down the steep hill that ran south of the cemetery. The girls' bodies were discovered behind mature trees north of the creek. Blood pooling on the ground, blood transfer patterns, and DNA testing indicated that LG's injuries were inflicted next to a small tree to the west of the girls' bodies. After touching the tree with her bloody hand or arm, and creating an inverted L shape in blood, LG walked towards AW. So LG, bleeding from the neck from all these separate wounds, walked towards AW and sat or kneeled, where she either fell unconscious or died in a large pool of blood. Alan then dragged LG's body, here we go, by her left arm to her final resting place behind the large tree. Although some of the blood flow on AW's face suggested her head had been moved or turned, she was injured and died where she was found. AW was already clothed when the fatal injury was inflicted. Neither girl showed defensive wounds or outward signs of sexual assault. A small amount of male DNA, perhaps simply from environmental factors, was detected in the external genital swabs of both AW and LG from fingernail scrapings from both girls, but it was an insufficient amount of DNA for analysis. Well, what do you think about all that, Keith?
I think a lot of this was copied from the murder sheet book, and we asked AI to just rewrite it like slightly different. Like, hey, can I copy your homework? Like, yeah, just make it look like you didn't, kind of thing. I don't know. It's just, blood pooling on the ground, blood transfer patterns, DNA testing, shows a small tree that lets the girls' bodies. Okay, great. She either fell unconscious or died there. We don't know for sure because we don't have time of death. And then again, I'm just gonna, because this is, I'm totally in agreement with what Sleuthy said about Abby died and did not have any. She didn't put up a single fight. No signs of being tied up. No sign. You have the little adhesive over her mouth, right? But you generally have this idea that she just like, they like what, one to the collarbone, and she's like, all right, see ya, that's it. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, it's just illogical.
Right. One would have to assume they were either restrained or under some kind of knockout medication or something, which, there's no evidence to that.
I just don't buy that they like one of them froze up. Like, I don't care how old you are. If I see something crazy like that happen to my friend, I'm freaking the fuck out. And there's just no way, or I'm at least trying to run, I just don't, I don't know. I don't buy it.
This goes to just straight up bad investigation, bad collection of everything. Like, not even to say whether Rick Allen was guilty or innocent, just going to the actual investigation standard they had, it was awful. And look, from fingernail scrapings for both girls, but it was insufficient amount of DNA. They could have easily had some of this sent to like a bigger name lab, and they just didn't.
Does anyone know why they waited until 5 to like get in touch with Abby's mom? I'm sure that's been talked about before, but like, why? Like, that's a tough one to, like, if I'm Derek and I'm looking for them, like 2 hours went by before you texted Abby's mom and were like, hey, are the girls with you by chance? Right. I feel like that would be within the first like 10, 20 minutes of like realizing that they're not fucking there.
Right. And
okay, Chelsea said Becky did say she didn't have her number, which is weird.
That is weird.
Yeah. And didn't they go on vacation together?
She probably looked, I mean, it's like her mom has said before, she felt like she was looked at different socially, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And we should ask the defense investigators. I'm sure they know.
a small amount of male DNA, perhaps simply from environmental factors. The good old Jean-Benet Ramsey, it was the fucking underwear creators in the Chinese factory fucking arguing.
Yeah. What are you talking about? That was all Patsy that did that.
Don't get beat up. Don't get beat up in front of everyone. I don't want to embarrass you. All right. LG's cell phone and her other tennis shoe were discovered underneath AW's body. The video of their kidnapping was found on the phone. The phone had condensation and moisture on the screen, had connected on and off from the cell tower all afternoon on the 13th, but lost cell tower connection between 5:45 on the 13th and 4:33 a.m. on the 14th, when it momentarily reconnected before it powered off. I just realized, if anyone wants to hop on and say anything about anything, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Yeah, looking at you, Judge Jessica.
Unless you're an asshole. Okay, where was I powered off? When it momentarily reconnected before it powered off. By the way, I was checking this out, and I have found no evidence that it was powered off, but it does boot up. So it did shut down at some point.
Lots of theories out there.
An unfired Winchester brand .40 caliber. An unfired Winchester brand .40 caliber cartridge was found in the leaves between the girls' bodies. Later, ballistic testing showed that the cartridge had been cycled through Allen's Sig Sauer model P226 .40 caliber gun. Bullshit. On February 14th, 2017, Voorhees, Wilbur, and Blair told police about seeing a man on the trail or the platform the previous afternoon, and after seeing the bridge guide photograph from LG's phone that was released to the media, they immediately identified Bridge Guy as the man they had seen that day. Carbaugh also came forward a few weeks after seeing the picture of Bridge Guy and identified him as the muddy and bloody man she had seen on the road on February 13th. On February 16th, 2017, Allen reported to police that he was on the trail on February 13th between 1:30 and 3:30 p.m. and walked past a group of 3 girls as he entered the trail near Freedom Bridge and walked to High Bridge. I was like, oh, at least they didn't lie.
Right.
Or say, like, between 1:30 and 3:30 and walked past a group of girls. But also, I take a big issue with the between 1:30 and 3:30. Because as far as I know, all he memorialized, like, at the time was, like, he wrote down the Dan Doolin wrote down the IMEI thing and wrote 1:30-3:30, but no context. But then later memorialized it in his report as between 1:30 and 3:30. But as far as, like, at the moment, he just wrote down notes and, like, 1:30 to 3:30 on paper.
Yeah, and depending on how you look at the context of that, like, factually, he could have been there at 1:30 because Doolin wrote between 1:30 and 3:30, and I believe Rick said he could have left at like 1:45, but he wasn't sure in his first interrogation with Mullen and Liggett. But I don't know. It just feels like that's taken out of context, and we automatically were led to believe that he got there at 1:30 and he left at 3:30. Not that he could have been there, by saying, "Oh, well, I could have been there between like 1:30 and 3:30."
Well, I think I left around 1:30 to 3:30. Like variations. I don't know. I was I was there sometime around. Who knows? What the fuck?
Right.
You could have said he left around 1:30, was there for a couple hours.
Yeah, it feels kind of like a jealous girlfriend argument. Where, where were you? Well, I was there. It could have been like 1:30, it could have been 3:30. Then later on, she brings it back up and says, "You said you left at 3:30." It's like, no, that's not what I said. I said I could have been there between that time.
Now, to be fair, we're arguing semantics and like context clues and shit. And legally speaking, those little details don't fucking matter to the appeals court. So
yeah, the state's case was built on semantics.
It was. It's just
Right.
maddening because they are now using a case full of assumptions and semantics, and like we have to base this appeal off of shit we know can't be true. It is the most frustrating thing in the world. Because as I'm reading this, there are times where even though it is lazy, and even though they copy and paste McClellan, like there are points made sometimes. They are right on a couple things, and it's frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, they came out of the gate swinging, just saying, "Hey, Betsy Blair saw a guy, and now that's Richard Allen." No,
Yeah.
that's semantical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because guess what? No one ever pointed at Richard Allen and said that was the man I saw that day.
No, he's
Keep that in mind.
He's not bridge guy because they like were able to. Well, I guess technically, legally, they did. You know what I mean? He's bridge guy through conviction, but you can't tell me he's bridge guy because none of it lines up.
Yeah, I think in the spirit of this argument, this reply that they're making, they're saying like, well, it's the same thing that the Ragers say, right? The guilters, they say, well, he was convicted, therefore he is. And it's like, okay, I get
Which
that.
Which is true.
Yeah, objectively, it's true. But also 150 people who are exonerated every year were at one point convicted.
That's true. And
right?
God, okay. It's all about finding the legal way out of it, though, right? It's not about the semantics. It's about what can we legally do to get out of this fucking nightmare.
Yeah, I think a lot of the wording is to maybe appeal to the Court of Appeals, where they're like, hey, not only are we making a legal argument, but we're going to slip in there that was his car, even though the Hoosier Harvester footage looks like a fucking Tetris game. That's how pixelated it is. Yeah.
In more shots than others, oddly enough.
Right.
Allen said he saw no one else on the trail. Allen's report... Wait. Is that... Group of three girls as he... Okay. And walked past a group of three girls as he entered the trail near Freedom Bridge and walked to High Bridge. Allen said that he saw no one else on the trail. Allen's report was... I'm sorry if fucking Betsy sees bridge guy sees Betsy. Anyway, Allen's report was misfiled under Richard Allen Whiteman and mistakenly marked cleared. In September 2022, Allen's report was discovered in a box, and law enforcement began investigating him for the first time. Make sure I'm caught up where I should.
Another good point by Sleuthian T. This wasn't the first time because Dan fucking Doolin spoke with them. Sorry, I know we're not at the break in the page yet, but
no, I mean that's exactly what I was going to touch on is the fact that like it literally says in the tip sheet that his phone code data was sent to ISP. So what do you mean first time investigating him?
Right.
It literally says you sent his phone data to ISP. So what are we talking about? On October 13th, 2022, were you going to say something?
No, you're good.
Allen met with Detective Tony Liggett, Liggett, and investigator Stephen Mullen. Allen confirmed that he walked to High Bridge on February 13th, 2017, saw three girls, one older and two similar-looking younger ones who were possibly sisters, as he entered the trailhead, and then went out to the first platform on High Bridge to watch the fish. Allen now claimed that he was on the trail earlier, from 12 p.m. to 1 to 1:30 p.m. He said that he probably was driving his 2016 black Ford Focus. Allen said he did not see anyone else on that trail that day, specifically not Bridge Guy. Allen said he was probably wearing a dark Carhartt jacket with a hood, blue jeans, either tennis shoes or work boots, and a hat with him. He indicated that he might still have a cell phone from 2017. When confronted with a picture of Bridge Guy, Allen stated, if it was taken with the girl's phone, there's no way it could be me. There is so much wrong on this page.
Yeah, big page.
Holy shit.
Go first.
Okay, so They state the 3 girls, 1 older and 2 similar-looking younger ones who were possibly sisters. And yet they keep leaving out the fact that the group they're pointing to as being the group he saw is 4 people. And this happens over and over again. Because they specifically actually are honest and repeat he saw 3 girls. But then always just say, oh, but it was this group of 4 without really explaining the difference. Anyway. Alan now claimed he was on the trail earlier. No, first of all, this is the first recorded time we can even actually hear these words come out of his mouth where he's stating he was there 12 to 1:30. Not only that, but hopefully they watch this interrogation, these interviews, because he reacts very clearly to when they say he was there 1:30 to 3:30. So I'm praying to God they're watching these interviews and stuff, because this whole thing is just like the PCA. This whole page is exactly like the PCA, where it's like twisting and manipulating what was actually said on that video to fit the narrative, but it's not what he actually said. And like this too, he was probably wearing a dark Carhartt jacket with a hood. Yeah, with a hood. Rich guy is stated as having a hood underneath.
He also said it was a dark zip up. I think he said possibly or probably a Carhartt. He said he owns both blue and black, but back then it was probably the black one. That it was likely the black one, which kind of supports the claim that Kathy made that he didn't have the blue Carhartt up until 2022. Real quick, going back up to Alan now claimed that he was on the trail earlier from 12 p.m. to 1:30 to 1 p.m. I'll just kind of say this now to get it out of the way, but they will tell you that Sarah Carbaugh saw a man in a tan jacket, then saw a muddy man in a tan jacket, and then saw a muddy and bloody man in a blue jacket, and that the defense should have weighed the totality of her statements, the totality of the circumstances. The logic to follow that should be, if we are, the PCA is asserting that, they're claiming that Alan originally told Doolin he was there from 1:30 to 3:30. However, we have the omission that he said later on that he was there from 12 p.m. to 1 or 1:30. So why are we not considering or even stating the totality of his statements? Why aren't we I know the jury was allowed to hear this from like Carbaugh. She had the exchange with Baldwin. I know that the jury was allowed to hear this with Brad Weber, despite him completely fucking lying to the FBI, and then his testimony completely contradicts that. So we need to emphasize the totality of his statements. Are we emphasizing the totality of Rick's confessions? Because in the state's argument is that he confessed to killing the girls, and we're not. Maybe we're not giving enough weight to the totality of all the other false confessions that were confirmed to be false, that witnesses were called to testify that those statements, those confessions were false as well. So
it's riddled with all for me, none for thee.
100%. You need to take into consideration everything that Sarah Carbaugh said, but everyone else, no, it was exactly and only this. It was exactly and only the statement they made that suits and supports our case.
Oh, DB just gave me great news. Hold on, y'all. Brief side quest.
No, dude.
Oh my God. I was talking shit in Shabui's live chat, and True Crime Keith mentioned lick and low ligget. Since I'm horizontal and comfy, I didn't want to get up and bust out Photoshop, so I used the world's finest AI technology.
No, don't delete.
Oh my god! The hair! It's like he has a mullet.
You know what's crazy? If you shave Liggett's goatee, him and Lisa both kind of look and sound alike.
Oh my god!
Like, it's tough.
What? I think we found his soulmate.
Don't delete. Please don't delete.
Would never.
Stole it.
Based on witness information and Alan's statement, a search warrant was obtained to search Alan's home. Officers recovered Alan's 6-hour model P220. Did I read this? No. 420 caliber handgun, laser .40 caliber ammunition, one unfired Winchester brand .40 caliber cartridge. You guys can tell I don't know shit about guns, right? In a keepsake box, a blue Carhartt jacket, several knives and box cutters that they didn't collect, and photos showing Alan on the High Bridge in 2016. Alan still owned his 2016 black Ford Focus, his wife's, okay. Although Alan had 12 other old cell phones in his master bedroom closet, Alan's cell phone from 2017 was not found. Alan told ISP Lieutenant Jerry Holman more than once during the search, "It's over." Oh, this is infuriating.
Yep.
Because he clarifies what the fuck he means. Why are we not weighing the totality of his statement? It's the one statement.
Right.
Show me one. Why can't we get one fucking statement right? Alan gave a second interview on October 26, 2022. Alan said that he did not have his handgun with him at the trail on February 13, 2017, and denied loaning it to anyone else. If he carried it, he would have had the handgun in a side holster and a round chambered. Alan had no explanation for how a cartridge cycled through his handgun could have ended up at the scene, and denied the possibility that any cartridge at the scene could have come from his gun. Alan was arrested. In early November, following the filing of charges, the trial court ordered Alan to be transferred to the Department of Correction for safekeeping due to media and safety concerns. DOC placed Alan at Westville Correctional Facility in a pod, a single-man cell and restrictive housing unit. The 12-by-8 cell had a bed, a toilet, a sink, a slot in the door through which his meals were served, and a narrow window for daylight. Did you want to touch on any of that?
Yeah, I think the first thing is Alan had no explanation for how a cartridge cycled through his handgun, because that's not his fucking burden to have that explanation.
Fact.
Like, I just, again...
And also, although Alan had 12 other old cell phones in his master bedroom closet, Alan's cell phone from 2017 was not found. But here's the thing. Why does that fucking matter when you had it in 2017 when it was relative?
And you handed it over to Dan Doolin.
He handed it over. He got the info down. The info was sent to ISP. So why is it relevant that he didn't have that phone now when he fucking gave it up at the time? I'll tell you what, it's not relevant.
Yeah, and the reason he didn't want to give them access to anything else in his interrogation was because he had the realization that they were trying to turn him into a fall guy. Yeah. And I think any person in their right mind would go, you know what? No, fuck this. You guys are out of your mind. I'm not consenting to this. Mm-hmm. Get your warrants, which is what he said, and then arrest me. And he should have done that much earlier. Hindsight's 2020. Nonetheless, that's just part and parcel for, like, people try to use that as like a consciousness of guilt thing, and I hate when people use the Fifth Amendment as consciousness of guilt. Like, if I don't want to talk to the fucking police, I have the right to. It's not suspicious. I just don't want to talk. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want you in my house. Get away from me. They tried to make this man's Google search history that said the most fucked up shit on Netflix look like he was a killer. If you're ever wondering why the Fifth Amendment exists. Okay. That's all that, like.
Allen gave a second interview on October 26, 2022. Allen said that he did not have his handgun with him at the trail on February 13th, 2017, and denied loaning it to anyone else. Oops. And no explanation for how the cartridge cycled through his handgun could have ended up at the scene, and denied the possibility. Here we go. In early November, following the filing of charges, the trial court ordered Allen to be transferred to the Department of Correction for safekeeping due to media and safety concerns. A single-man cell in the restrictive housing unit. 12-by-8 cell had a bed, a toilet, a sink, a slot in the door through which his meals were served, and a narrow window for daylight. After Allen complained that scratches in the window made it hard to see out, DOC replaced the window. Oh, you fucking heroes! Allen was given showers 3 per week. Out of cell recreation time, 5 times per week, 3 sets of clothing, and weekly laundry service, books and puzzles, and an electronic tablet that he could use to communicate with family, listen to music, download movies, and play games. It never worked. When his first tablet broke, Allen did not have to pay the usual fee for a replacement tablet. Oh my god, they're so fucking kind.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
Yeah.
Jesus,
wow.
What are we talking about here?
I am enamored by their kindness. Okay.
Yeah.
Allen was offered a television for his sale, but declined it, probably because his brain wasn't really functioning. He probably didn't know what a TV was. Allen could dim the cell's overhead lights. Allen was granted in-person visits with his wife, which is generally not permitted for restricted housing convicts. Now, I'm told the wife didn't visit till after confessions started coming.
Oh, yeah, I don't know that.
When his first tablet broke, dim the cells over. Here we go. Allen was granted in-person visits with his wife, which is generally not permitted for restricted housing convicts. Allen had access to weekly chaplain visits upon request and received regular checks by medical staff. Really? I find that hard to believe. Although shackled while being transported outside his cell, Allen's shackles were removed during his sessions with Dr. Walla and his meetings with his wife and attorneys. Well, God bless you. Although placed in the same kind of physical environment as convicted offenders in that unit, Allen was treated better, and the primary goal was to keep him safe from himself and the general population. Well, you did a great job of that.
Yeah. So a thought on page 21 that I had.
See.
Although placed in the same kind of physical environment as convicted offenders in that unit, Allen was treated better. The primary problem is that he wasn't a fucking convict.
Yeah.
He was an innocent man. And in this country, you're presumed innocent. And I get it. They said they're doing it for his safety, whatever. But the framing of this is to us that they're saying it's almost, again, the implication that he's a convict and that they're treating him even better. Like, we're going out of our way. Have you seen the conditions that some people's cats are forced to live in? Look at how well we treated this man. Like, what the fuck? Are we for real right now? Allen, where is it? Allen was given showers 3 per week. That's more than Mono Koala takes. Out of cell recreation time, five times per week. Out of cell recreation time. I wonder if there's any evidence of that. I wonder if there's anyone in Westville that would be willing to tell us whether or not they ever saw Richard Allen at rec time. Books and puzzles, great. I go fucking crazy doing books and puzzles. an electronic tablet that he could use to communicate with family, listen to music, download movies, and play games. Again, we don't even know what like the actual limitation to that is.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We don't know. Again, they had to replace it. We don't know how long they took. I mean, maybe it's somewhere and I missed it, but we don't know how long between the time that the tablet was damaged, at least I don't, and the time that they replaced it. So could it be like day one, a guard walked in, grabbed it, said, "Oh, your tablet's broken. Let me take a look at it," when snapped it, and then like right before trial, they just gave him a new one to cover their ass? Like, does anyone know that? I don't know.
The administrative and medical team met to discuss how to make Alan more comfortable. The DOC policy restricted periods of solitary confinement to persons with serial mental illness to 30 days. But Alan's initial diagnoses of major depressive disorder and anxiety did not meet the definition of SMI. What?
Yeah, I don't get that either. And again, I'm not a prison psychologist, so I probably can't comment on this, but I just don't understand where are you drawing the line at SMI if it's not for major depressive disorder?
A serious mental illness, SMI, is a diagnosable mental, behavioral, or emotional disorder in adults 18 plus, check, that substantially interferes with one or limits one or more major life activities, such as self-care, work, or social functioning. It is defined by the, as severe, persistent, and often requiring long-term treatment, commonly including, would you look at that? Commonly including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and major depression. Huh.
Yeah.
Wait. But Alan's initial diagnosis of major depressive disorder did not meet the definition. Common examples of SMI diagnoses: schizophrenia, spectrum disorders, affects reality testing, thinking, and behavior, bipolar disorder marked by extreme disabling mood swings, and major depressive disorder. I'm confused. Huh. Okay. Because he... Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Did it ever occur to you that they're literally going to the audience reading this, we could have fucked this guy up if we wanted to. They're literally going, you think that this is bad? We took care of this man compared to, and I don't care, call me a huge pussy, whatever other expletive slur you want to. I don't care if you're a living human being. This amount of treatment, poor treatment when you're incarcerated, should not be what we're striving for. We're not this, we shouldn't be this, what's the word? Compassionately impoverished.
Right. No, and that's a problem in this country right now.
It is.
Big time. There are not enough people thinking about other people.
Right.
Or putting random Joe Schmo in the place of like one of their children. I do that all the time. I think about other people all the time. When I think about how I would like the world run, the country run, it has to do with everyone being treated well. And I just do not understand people that do not think of it coming from that direction.
Yeah, like at some point in time, state implemented violence begets more societal violence.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know. And then like you go through all this only to find out that the dude was innocent. Yikes.
Yikes.
I don't know.
But
I
you've
just don't think it should be put that way.
But you've invested. I feel like they've had to convince themselves he did it at this point.
Yeah.
Because he entered WCF on constant suicide watch with prior mental health diagnoses, the cell Alan was placed in was the suicide cell with 24-hour video monitoring, and he was observed by suicide companions. Alan met with Dr. Walla daily, usually in a nearby room and with a metal grate partition between them, and otherwise at his cell door. Alan was offered the opportunity to meet with Dr. Walla out of his cell at least once a week. During a session in early November, Dr. Walla advised Alan not to talk about his case with anyone, and she did not ask him questions about it during their sessions. I wonder why are they trying to make a point of that?
You know why? I'll tell you. 'Cause you saw a van, didn't you, Rick? And it scared you. It did. It. Hold on. Let me check my text from Gray Hughes. What is that I need? Okay. So you saw a van. You were gonna sexually assault the girls. You saw a van. You got scared. Okay, right? And okay. Hey, this is between you and me. Don't share this with anyone else. That's why.
By December 2022, Alan was removed from constant suicide watch and placed on close observation. He was observed every 15 minutes, and Alan met with Dr. Walla once a week. Alan did well in the first months of 2023. That's because he hadn't broken yet. Alan found Jesus. Okay. Alan found Jesus and accepted God into his heart in late March 2023 and became increasingly concerned with religious matters. In late March and early April, Alan began receiving his legal discovery, and he had a visit with his attorneys on April 3rd or 4th. In early April 2023, corresponding with those events, Alan's mental health quickly deteriorated. Alan started to refuse meals and act out. On April 3rd, he told his wife, "I did it. I killed A, W, and LG." The next day, Dr. Walla upgraded Alan back to constant suicide watch. Correctional officers were assigned to observe Alan, and Dr. Walla met with him every day.
Okay. I have a thought. Just,
Go.
I don't know how we can say, well, his mental illness isn't serious enough for us to keep him out of solitary confinement. However, it is serious enough that we have reasonably that he's going to commit suicide, and we put him on suicide watch. Make that make sense.
Correct. Also, this is the biggest problem I have with this entire response. It sounds like something Pete Hegseth wrote, preparing his military men for war and battle. Alan found Jesus and accepted God into his heart in late March 2023 and became increasingly concerned with religious matters. It's so funny to me that they say this outwardly before they start to alluding to the discovery being what made Alan snap, completely ignoring the fact that one of the main signs of psychosis is like turning into religious obsession and finding God and all that shit. It's one of the main symptoms.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, they're posing this as he had come to find God and bring God into his heart. And furthermore, this is a legal document. Why are we even talking about God and finding religion in that manner?
Yeah, I don't know if that's just old informal legal speak that they put in this, but you can't, you're having your cake and you're eating it too, right? They're like, oh, well, he found God, so now he wants to confess, but he was faking all the other stuff that would lead him to all of a sudden be religious, right?
Mm-hmm.
and I caught a lot of shit from a kitschy YouTuber this time last year because I was in a chat where I suggested a lot of people that are in Rick's situation who become immediately Christian, specifically Christian. There's evangelicals that look at baptism to be a precursor before moving on to the next life. That's an actual thing. If you don't believe me, go ask them, because they're very passionate about telling you about it. And the second part of it is he was also probably doing that. I don't know for sure. We don't know for sure. But he was also probably doing that because, sorry, to your point, I'm not going to repeat what you said. Obviously, it's just the same thing, which is like you're going crazy. The first thing that comes into your mind are like deeply repressed imaginations and impressions you've had prior. That's why he brought up his daughter. That's why he brought up cigarettes, things like that. There you go. You're muted.
I love it when I do that. What am I looking at? Here we go. How dare you? Okay, religious psychosis involves hallucinations and delusions with religious themes. Symptoms can include disorganized thoughts and significant behavioral changes. Causes may include genetic factors, psychological stressors, and cultural influences. Effective treatment for religious psychosis combines blah, 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 blah. Religious psychosis is not a standalone diagnosis, but rather a manifestation of psychotic symptoms where religious content predominates. Okay. Just so we're extra clear. This shit really upsets me, guys. Like, and I don't mean any disrespect to anybody out there who's religious. I love and respect faith so much. I think it's a beautiful thing. Good for you. Awesome. But it does not belong in our government. It does not belong in legal documents, especially not announcing something as if that's like the only right way to be. I don't know. It's just crazy to me. And the times we're living in right now, it's like all over the place. And
yeah. Absolutely. I almost think it would have been better for their case to say, in his own words, stated he found Jesus, right?
Perfect.
I think they might have removed that because they wanted to, again, play the fact that like his confessions have more weight, and he's getting an off his chest. It's more of like a confessional booth than it is like, you know, that kind of things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. It's intentionally misleading, kind of like the PCA. They swear is not.
Maybe they could have cut out some other fluff in the rest of this and emphasize that a little bit more, or explain that. I don't know.
Straight fucking gaslighting. On April 5th, On April 5th, Alan confessed to Dr. Walla and in a written note to the warden that he killed LG and AW. He told Dr. Walla he acted alone and his intentions were sexual in nature. Dr. Walla warned Alan again that it was not in his best interest to talk about his case. 2 days later, on April 7th, Alan said that he killed LG and AW by himself and that he was just acting like he was crazy. Oh, I love this note. Although Warden Gallipo testified he was given the note on March 5th, the suicide companion's testimony and log in the DOC chain of custody form show Alan delivered the note on April 5th. So pay attention over here, not over here.
Mm-hmm.
Don't look at the totality when it's us.
Only look at the totality when it's beneficial to our case, please.
I'm pretty sure that's a legal standard.
Mm-hmm.
April 8th, April 9th, and 10th, Alan made statements that he killed the girls and expressed remorse. During the ensuing days, Alan's behavior became increasingly bizarre, including God, I hate this. Drinking toilet water, smearing feces on himself and in his cell, and eating his own feces. Alan shifted quickly back to normal behavior if he wanted something, or he would behave outrageously to get attention. Okay, so let's be very clear. Right now, they are saying that he is feigning his symptoms.
Yep.
Okay. By April 13th, Alan's behavior was deemed severe enough to warrant medical intervention. The next day, Dr. Martin presented Alan's case to a treatment review committee, which agreed that Alan was exhibiting psychotic symptoms that warranted an involuntary injection of Haldol, an antipsychotic medication. Okay, real quick. Dr. Martin presented Alan's case to a treatment review committee, who agreed Alan was exhibiting psychotic symptoms that warranted an involuntary injection of Haldol. Just prior to that statement, Alan shifted quickly back to normal behavior if he wanted something, or he would behave outrageously to get attention. You cannot have it both ways. Certainly not in the same fucking paragraph.
No, and to say psychosis ebbs and flows and a person can slip in and out of psychosis in a 24-hour period. So then are they claiming he was like, all right, I'm gonna slip out of psychosis to be on my best behavior because I want something, and then like, what's your timeline on that? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, where did it say if he wanted something? Oh,
he would behave outrageously to get attention.
Alan shifted quickly back to normal behavior. What's quick to them? Is that a 24-hour period? Or is it like,
are you, when it's psychosis, are you able to switch it at your will?
Yeah, no, it's not like an on and off. It's not like a light switch, you know?
And right now, actually, what they're saying is that it's a light switch because he was faking. But then directly after saying he needed to be involuntarily fucking medicated. It makes no goddamn sense.
Right. And then, again, this is only what is being documented before and after, too. Mm-hmm. Like, my theory is that they diagnosed him at the very last moment that they needed to. And that he was probably really bad at some point in time before. Mm-hmm. And maybe, because what's the timeline? Because he was visited by his lawyers. No. I'm not good with this part with the dates, I got to admit.
I am so bad with numbers, anything. Fuck it. Hold on, I'm trying to find our page.
Yeah, like in early April 2023, corresponding with those events, Alan's mental health quickly deteriorated. And so this is his attorneys visiting him late March, early April. And he had a visit with his attorneys on April 3rd or 4th. And then I guarantee they're like, oh shit, his lawyers visited him. We got to get this guy diagnosed. We've let him be this crazy in psychosis for a fucking much longer time, hoping that he's gonna fess up to this. Mm-hmm. And then I think at the very last minute that they could, when Andy and Brad probably walked in and said, "Why the fuck does my client look like this and talk like this?" Then they were like, "Oh shit, let's get him diagnosed and let's get him some meds."
All I said, Martin literally said, "We decided it didn't matter if he was faking it because he was in a grave state." And they called the TRC hearing the next day. How is one in a grave state while faking it? I mean, it's in the same goddamn sentence. And you can't pick a lane.
Do you have any idea how inherently fucking evil that is? Like that's pure evil. That's like Nazi doctor shit, dude.
He's faking it. Oh, but he looks pretty fucking bad, so I guess we'll just
I don't know.
It's unreal.
Oh, and then we made him better. He got better, guys.
Yeah. He got better.
This man will never be the same. I hope all of you know that.
Okay. Psychosis ebbs and flows, and a person can slip in and out of psychosis in a 24-hour period. Alan was administered an injection of short-acting Haldol for 4 days and monitored for side effects. He received long-acting Haldol injections on April 18th, May 18th, and June 16th. How many times in April? A month? A month between each. Between April 14th and May 2nd, Alan's psychotic symptoms slowly improved. He continued to confess during that period, including an admission on April 29th that he had used a box cutter he stole from CBS to kill AW and LG. By May 2nd and May 3rd, he had returned to baseline and no longer exhibited any significant psychosis. Alan was diagnosed as having suffered a brief psychotic disorder with marked stressors. So diagnosed, not faking. On May 3rd, Alan gave his most detailed confession, not recorded, to the offenses to Dr. Walla. This was the first time he mentioned that seeing a van was what scared him and caused him to forego R-ing the girls. This new piece of information that a van had driven by, which only Bridge Guy would know, led investigators back to Brad Weber. Weber's work record showed that he clocked out of his Subaru plant in Lafayette at 2:02 p.m. on February 13th. Weber confirmed that he had driven his van to work that day and went straight home, which would have placed the van on his driveway near Highbridge in the creek shortly after the girls were kidnapped. Alan continued to confess many more times to Dr. Walla, watch companions, and his family through May and June, and even as late as February 2024. Additional facts will be provided necessary to the issues.
So effectively, they started fucking him up. He got to a point of absolute craziness. His attorneys walked in and said, "Why does my client look the way that he does?" They went, "Oh shit," diagnosed him, drugged him so they could say that he got better, and then Wallace struck while the iron's hot because they needed to get a confession out of him. And they needed to tie him into something only the killer would know.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound like a viable timeline?
Yeah. There's plenty of examples of people mentioning that van in aerial shots.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, we've talked about that. Was like a thing on Reddit forever.
Yeah.
That was it. It's in the. I believe it's in the helicopter footage.
Yeah, we just keep pretending things are fact that aren't. Okay, summary of the argument. Sound of papers everywhere.
What's that?
Nothing. Okay, so Alan's Frank's claim is waived in several aspects, and it is meritless. Liggett did not include false statements or omit material information from the probable cause affidavit, and the affidavit still establishes probable cause even if the challenged statements' omissions are excluded or included. 2. Alan's challenge to his confessions is waived. Regardless, his confessions were voluntary. The requisite state coercion is absent, and the conditions of his confinement did not rise to the level necessary to constitute coercion. Alan also has not shown that the conditions caused his confessions, as the record provides other explanations for his desire to confess, and he confessed both before and after his period of psychosis. Alan's other state constitutional challenges are meritless. Alan's challenge to the exclusion of the IPAS settlement at the suppression hearing is moot, and he has not raised any challenge to its exclusion at trial. Regardless, Alan was allowed to present evidence of DOC policy regarding SMI prisoners in restricted housing and any minimal probative value of the settlement agreement from an earlier unrelated lawsuit was outweighed by the danger of prejudice and confusion of the issues. Its exclusion is, at most, harmless error. The trial court 3. The trial court properly excluded inadmissible evidence. Blair's investigator, I can't say the word. sketch of Bridge Guy was not relevant because she did not identify Allen. It was unduly prejudicial and it was inadmissible hearsay. Tobin's testimony was not relevant because it went to the admissibility of firearm identification evidence as a science, not to witness credibility. And firearm identification evidence is admissible in Indiana. The audio of Allen's movement videos was hearsay. His 2 jail cell calls on April 3rd, 2023 did not fall under the doctrine of completeness. Dr. Grassian's opinion that Allen's confessions were false were impermissible vouching evidence. Perlmutter's third-party motive testimony opining this was a ritual killing was properly excluded under Evidence Rule 403. It was impermissibly speculative, unsupported by any odinist who could be connected to the crimes, and based on inaccurate or highly disputed contentions about the crime scene. Allen's proffered third-party suspects were unduly speculative and did not tend to show Allen had not committed the murders. Holder had a confirmed alibi, making it impossible for him to have committed the crimes, and Allen never contended that Westfall, whose sole alleged connection to the crimes was his Odinism, could have committed the crimes by himself. Any error in the exclusion of any of this evidence was harmless beyond a reasonable doubt based on the eyewitness testimony and Allen's statement placing himself at the scene, which combined to identify Allen as Bridge Guy. The presence of a .40 caliber cartridge cycled through his gun at the scene and his numerous confessions. The admission of the Google search for an alternative theory explaining the cell phone's audio output code was harmless error. None of the theories for that code make it more or less likely that Allen killed the victims. All right, you. How about it?
Oh, very little, if any, of the evidence make it more likely that Allen killed the victims, depending on how you look at it. I love how like their argument to Liggett lying is like, no, he didn't, and it's like that's pretty much it. Like Provy knowingly did it, and it's like, well, okay, he neglectfully did then because he's an idiot. I mean, how do you not know if you're writing the PCA about Betsy Blair and Sarah Carbaugh? How do you not know that they saw 2 completely different people? How do you not know that Sarah Carbaugh saw a different man in her first and second interview, but not her third?
Right.
How do you not know that and then just not put it in the PCA? You know, Allen's not shown that the conditions caused his confessions. Really? Then why didn't he confess to Jerry Holman? Why didn't he confess to Steve Mullen and Tony Ligma? Why didn't he say, yeah, lick him low? I was there. That was me. You know what he said? The picture of that man is not me. If the girls took that picture, that is not me. I can't help if someone else takes a picture that I walk by.
Right.
Right?
Right.
But yeah, sorry, lick him low. I didn't park at the fucking CPS building. I parked at this little area where people normally park that conveniently is not on the map that you fucking gave me. Where is it?
It's so infuriating. Fucking map.
So saying Allen has not shown that the conditions causes confessions. First of all, how do you like effectively on his end show that, other than just looking at the blatantly obvious, which was he didn't confess before he was put into a severe condition that he's never experienced in his entire life, that a majority of the fucking population hasn't. Treat him the way that you do. I don't think Richard Allen's ever eaten his own shit before. Like pulled a G.G. Allen and gone nuts. I don't think he's ever drank his own toilet water. Right?
Mm-hmm.
They would be better off going the Absolutely, DB. DB says if the judge asks if they have any objections, they shouldn't say no, IMO. Absolutely. I think they should have objected and said, Your Honor, we weren't even granted a Frank's motion for this, so we're going to object to the omission of all this evidence because you didn't even give us an opportunity, despite giving William Labredo an opportunity, to contest this in a Frank's hearing. Absolutely. I think, again, my forklift certification tells me that would be a reasonable pathway, right?
Right. I wanted to say real quick, I do have to say, I think the confessions are a problem because legally they are voluntary. Even though he was under psychosis, it doesn't count as legally involuntary just because he's having a mental breakdown. So that fucking sucks.
Sure. I mean, we're putting this under a spontaneous or an excited utterance, maybe, right? It wasn't provoked. It was voluntary from him. The ultimate question I would argue is like, was it again, it wasn't him in his current state of mind, and his current state of mind was brought on about the state's actions.
But legally speaking, it doesn't.
No, yeah, I get it. Which is
crazy.
And you could play Bettero all day to it, and you're absolutely right. Like legally, it is, but like, is it ethical? The answer is fucking no. Like that's something that we need to address.
And again, it's like they talk about these confessions being both before and after his period of psychosis. So was he in psychosis or not?
Right. Yep.
Where are we going? Oh. The admission of the Google search for an alternative theory explaining the cell phone's audio output was harmless error. I'm sorry. If he didn't go up there and have some Google search, if that were not allowed, it's not harmless error because it is exculpatory. It means the phone was being used when you say they're already dead and he's already home, asleep in bed with his wife. It's not harmless error.
And the state said that according to their theory, after everything was said and done, Rick left. Right?
Right.
And they don't have Hoosier Harvest Store video of him returning. Right? I believe they mentioned he never returned.
Mm-hmm.
So that would mean not him, dude.
Not him, dude.
It's Ron Logan down there going, how the fuck do you get this headphone jack in here? These kids and their technology nowadays. That's what he's doing. I'm kidding.
The trial court properly denied Allen's motion to correct error. Allen did not show that the state offered demonstrably false testimony because he did not verify the date and timestamp on the surveillance video. I'm sorry, that wasn't his burden. What do you mean? When is it the defense's job to verify that the timestamp on state-given evidence and discovery is their job to verify? When?
Mm-hmm.
It should be stated 12 hours fast or slow, I forget which one it was, as stated by the state, agreed upon. You can't say, oh, well, then they're... No. DB said, the only thing that the state of Indiana has going for it is that they don't call themselves a Commonwealth. For real. They might as well be. It's complete burden shift. It's insane to assume that the defense has to prove that the state's fucking evidence is correct on the timestamp. Fuck off. Nor did he establish a foundation for the FBI ping evidence. I could not pull this up, but they stated it was Exhibit 3-240 of the FBI state's FBI report stating that ping information. So it's their fucking evidence.
Right. I mean,
So we're just going to pretend that doesn't exist.
Yeah. I guess going back to like DB's comment, could the defense have contested that the state didn't properly verify it?
Yeah.
Could they have said, Judge, hold up, we just have Steve Mullen saying, trust me, bro, and that's a problem. Like the time's a little off here.
Mm-hmm. All right. Argument. The court properly admitted evidence found pursuant to a valid warrant search of Allen's house. The search warrant for Allen's house validly established probable cause. Therefore, the court properly admitted evidence found in that search. The gun, a .40 caliber cartridge found in the bedroom, a blue Carhartt jacket, and knives. They don't mention the box cutters there, huh? Because this appeal follows a completed trial, the issue is whether the evidence was properly admitted at trial, and the ruling is reviewed for an abuse of discretion. Sloan v. State. But to the extent admissibility turns on the constitutionality of a search uncovering the evidence, that question is reviewed de novo. The vast majority of Allen's first Frank's motion memo and all of his subsequent Frank's motions are addressed to arguments about the warrant affidavit's validity that Allen has abandoned on appeal. The relevant portion of the Frank's memo asserting the argument raised on appeal is found at the whole Frank's memo is in question, is it not? All of them in totality? Allen did not preserve this issue for appeal. Allen's Fourth Amendment challenge to the admission of this evidence suffers from multiple issue preservation problems. First, Allen waived this issue entirely by failing to object to the evidence at trial. A pretrial motion to suppress is insufficient to preserve an issue for appeal. A pretrial motion to suppress is insufficient to preserve for an appeal. That fucking sucks if that's legit. Because I think the problem is they did all these pretrial objections but didn't bring them up again. But again, I'm not a lawyer. I couldn't tell you how Indiana law works as it pertains to that. To preserve a claim of error, the defendant must contemporaneously object to the admission of the challenged evidence at trial. Allen did not object when the state elicited testimony pertaining to the search of his house and affirmatively stated he had no objection to the admission of the gun and cartridge, and to the photographs of the Carhartt jacket and knives. By failing to reassert his Fourth Amendment challenge at trial and instead stating that he had no objection when the evidence was proffered, Allen has waived appellate review of his challenge to the warrant. Stating that defendant may not affirmatively state at trial that he has no objection to the admission of evidence and then claim such admission to be erroneous on appeal. Allen, who does not acknowledge his waiver, makes no argument that the admission of this evidence constituted fundamental error. He was therefore waived of any claim of fundamental error.
So this would be my question for Osbrook, which is, if they weren't allowed to address this in a Frank's memo, should a regular, normal, everyday attorney, I would hope so, still say, Your Honor, we object to, like, we're not going to stipulate to the admission of this, the evidence found in the search warrant. Right?
Right.
Yeah, that classic said blah, 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 fucktards. That's how I felt the entire time. I'm like, what a bunch of nerds. What a bunch of losers.
Guy said, these oral arguments are a doozy. Like, you need 2 hours to get them to understand how corrupt the state is. God, this needs a hearing on everything. I want a hearing on everything. I want oral arguments. It's the only way.
Do it like a fucking presidential debate, you know?
Oh my god. I would.
Get them up there on each podium, you know, and they say,
Mhm.
Judge, thank you for having me tonight. To my fellow Americans, you know, and then they just boom.
Moreover, Fourth Amendment issues generally are not subject to fundamental error review because they do not undermine guilt. Fundamental error review is available only when a defendant claims fabrication of evidence or willful malfeasance. Thank you.
You good.
By the investigating officers. Okay, well, that's literally what it is, because literally they cherry-picked data from wherever they wanted to in that PCA without just so that whole thing is misleading.
Yeah.
There's go ahead.
Well, this is a case where they just implied that Bridge guy was the killer.
Right, we're also basing this on Bridge guy has to be the killer, but we don't even really know that.
They're basing this off, and this is in this argument too, that everyone who saw a guy, whether he was wearing all black or he was wearing a blue shirt or a blue jacket or a tan jacket or jeans, all of them saw the same man, and that's Richard Allen. That is so fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
That is so fucked up. And then we're saying not only is Bridge guy the killer, but Richard Allen's Bridge guy. And you just need to in your mind connect the dots, and this will all make sense. Like if you go back and just read a bunch of like crime fiction and be one of those weirdos, this is what you're gonna get. And it's so fucking crazy. This is I don't know. This isn't crime fiction. This is realistic. Okay.
Yeah. Only deliberate lies or intentionally misleading omissions could constitute willful. What's that word?
Malfeasance.
Malfeasance. Oh, that's easy. Okay, malfeasance. I never use that word. So, deliberate lies or intentionally misleading. I would strongly state that cherry picking information from multiple statements to fit a certain individual is misleading on purpose.
Are they arguing in here that like, oh, you didn't catch a text message from Liggett to Diener saying, hey, this has got some shit in it that, you know, might go south if anyone finds out? Like, is that the only? And again, Michael's in the chat. So, but yeah, I like Michael. I would love for you to give us an example of like a recklessly false statement or material omission, like outside of this, that would be. Hold on, I'm going to go back up to where it says it.
Yo, my dad made burger and fries for me before I went live, and it's sitting behind me untouched.
Do you want to go off camera and I'll read through?
Oh fuck yeah.
Okay, I'll do that. But I would love. Sorry, getting back to my thought. For Allen's waived Frank challenge. No, wait, hold on. Only deliberate lies or intentionally misleading omissions. If I could get an example of a case where a deliberate lie or an intentionally misleading omission outside of Delphi, like in a PCA, I would love to see that. Sorry, I had a huge 2-minute brain fart there.
You're fine. Okay, yeah, you go. I'm going off cam.
Okay, cool.
I'm here though, in spirit.
You're all mine, chat. Yeah. JJ, get up here, dude. It's time. It's time to return. Meme girls return, baby. All right, doing this solo. We got to the end of page 30, right? Second, even if the
31, yeah, start at 31.
Okay, 31. Okay, all right, cool. Opportunity to consider, and a defendant may not object on the ground at trial and then raise a different ground on appeal. Below, the only false statements or material omissions identified by Allen were Blair's description of Bridge Guy and her disagreement with the Carbaugh sketch, Blair's description of the car parked at the CPS building, and Carbaugh's description of the man she saw walking. Allen did not identify Liggett's recitation of Allen's description of the clothes he was wearing and his wife's confirmation of his ownership of a blue Carhartt as false, misleading statements or omissions supporting his Frank's challenge. Because Allen's reliance on these statements is an improper appellate attempt to supplement his Frank's challenge, this court should limit any consideration of this issue to only the first three ways that Allen contends the affidavit is misleading, as those were the only allegations the trial court had an opportunity to consider, even though the trial court denied their own opportunity to consider. Omissions from the affidavit waived because Daring did not. Oh, never mind. You guys can go through the actual citations yourself. Finally, to the extent Allen suggests that success of this issue results in suppression of his confessions, first, although Allen challenged the admission of his confessions below on other grounds, he did not raise any Fourth Amendment challenge to their admission or object on the basis that they were the fruit of an unlawful search. So now we're getting back into the... Could do a half-hour question with a link. Links up, Michael. Love to have you. I don't have any pressing thoughts on other than we've already talked about that. It seems to me as a layperson that the defense should have objected to the admission of that evidence. Hurry before a crazy clicks. Candy, you're crazy. You're funny. Okay. A defendant... No.
Oh my God, it's so good.
Thanks. A defendant may not object on one ground at trial and then raise a different ground on appeal. Because Allen did not object to admission of the statements on Fourth Amendment grounds in the trial court, he is precluded from challenging their admission on that basis for the first time on appeal. Second, Allen's bare assertion that his statements are a suppressible fruit of the search is unsupported by cogent argument. All arguments must be supported by cogent reasoning and citation to authorities, and the failure to make a cogent argument waives a claim for appellate review. To be a suppressible fruit of the search of the house, Allen's confessions must constitute evidence was derivatively gained as a result of information learned during the search rather than through a means sufficiently distinguishable as to be purged of any taint from the search. Allen does not explain how volunteered statements made to family, doctors, and correctional staff more than 5 months after the search of his house and after he had been advised of his rights, appointed counsel, and court found probable cause to support his arrest could constitute a fruit of that search. It is not this court's province to develop an argument on Allen's behalf, saying, we're not doing the work for you. Michael, good evening to you. How are you? We cannot hear you right now. Just letting you know.
He always has issues on restream.
You don't have him like auto muted, do you?
No, hold on.
Okay.
No, see, he dropped.
Yeah, he'll pop back in.
He's on his phone, guys. Patience, please. Genius takes time.
Okay. I really don't. Do you have any thoughts on this? I really don't. Like, I think they're just like continuing. Other than, hello, welcome back, Michael. I don't think we can hear you just yet. Just let you know.
I'm off mute. Can you hear me now?
Oh, there you are. Yep. Yep, now we can hear you. Good evening.
Good evening. It keeps saying off snap, and if I disappear, it just said off snap. I have a brand new phone, so there really shouldn't be any problems.
Yeah, you sound great right now so far.
So, this waiver thing, I don't remember Stacy and Mark's brief well enough, but if, they didn't object to the admission of Rick's statements based on the bad search, then that issue's gone.
Right. And it sounded like that's the case.
Yeah, but with these folks, you got to check everything because they've obviously made some misstatements.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, their whole rendition of the audio in the Bridge Guy video is hilarious.
Right.
That is a gun. You fucking wish that's what they said.
Yeah. So on page 32, I don't know if Bogues is able to go down to it. Sorry, I know or up to it rather. So up a little bit. So it says, down. Now we're a little delayed. To be a suppressible fruit of the search of the house, Allen's confessions must constitute evidence derivatively gained as a result of information learned during the search, rather than through a means sufficiently distinguishable as to be purged of any taint from the search. Is that just a really fancy way of saying they understand that the search led to the arrest, that led to the confinement, that led to the confessions, but it has to be like it has to be from an evidence standpoint, not necessarily the actual means to get him there? Like, what does that actually mean?
Say that again.
So to be a suppressible fruit of the search of the house, Allen's confessions must constitute evidence derivatively gained as a result of information learned during the search. So are they saying that like the search doesn't lead to the confessions because nothing in his confessions were made from the result of the search?
So they don't use the correct argument, which they don't make,
right,
is attenuation. And that is that Rick's confessions are so removed from the illegal search. You've got to go.
Nope, we lost him. He'll be back.
Damn it. It's worth it. It's worth it.
I know, right when we got to the good stuff. Okay, maybe we can BS a little bit while we're...
I am stuffing my fucking face.
I'm on a cut, so I'm earning my kidney stones eventually whenever they happen. I don't know if you guys have seen them. I'm on like my 8th Diet Coke.
Oh, me too. Every day of my life. Are you kidding? I had 2 large Diet Cokes from the McDonald's drive-thru today. 2!
You know what's funny?
I drink that shit every day at work. I'll get like 1 or 2 big ass ones.
Yeah. When I was in my 20s, I was at a bar in Detroit, and I had a little bit too much, and on my way right before I left to go home, I got an energy drink. Like they had like Red Bull.
My favorite.
And so I like chugged one of those, and this old lady sitting next to me, this poor old lady, she was like, those energy drinks will kill you. And I looked at her dead in the eyes and I said, I'm counting on it too. And I cashed out and I left. But I find it particularly ironic that we're in a bar drinking, throwing them back, and she's like, that'll kill you. Michael's back. Hello, Michael.
He's like, thank God. Michael. Uh-oh. All I said, RA's brief, even if voluntary, confession suppressible as fruit of unconstitutional detention under Article blah blah. 3-factor fruit test applies. Meaning, if his detention was unconstitutional, then all of the confessions in them don't count.
Okay. Which is probably, we'll see that in the reply, I'm sure, right?
Mm-hmm. You want to keep reading while we wait?
Yeah, I'll keep reading.
I believe this.
I think I'm down to 33.
All right.
Yeah, I'm at 33. By failing to present cogent argument on this point, Allen has waived any claim that his confessions are suppressible due to the alleged invalidity of the search warrant. Sorry, I haven't read that word in a while. B. Allen has not shown that probable cause for the search warrant was predicated on false statements or material omissions. Waiver notwithstanding, Allen has not established a Frank's violation. Well, he wasn't given an option. He wasn't really given a chance to fully. Probable cause exists to issue a warrant when the totality of the circumstances set forth in the affidavit demonstrates a fair probability that evidence of a crime will be found in the location. Search warrants are presumptively valid, and in assessing whether an affidavit established probable cause, doubtful cases should be resolved in favor of upholding the warrant. That's terrifying. A defendant may invalidate a warrant by proving by a preponderance of the evidence that the affidavits used to obtain the warrant contain perjury by the affiant or a reckless disregard for the truth by him, and the rest of the affidavit does not contain material sufficient to constitute probable cause. Franks v. Delaware. A defendant does not even receive a Franks hearing unless he first makes a substantial preliminary showing, both that the affiant knowingly or intentionally or with reckless disregard for the truth made false statements in the affidavit and that those false statements were necessary to the finding of the probable cause. I don't know, man. I think the Franks memo was pretty convincing. I think it was. I think Sarah Carbaugh is a fucking liar.
I think Daddy Carbaugh made her fucking go report.
Yep. Think a couple people got pressed a little. Mistakes and inaccuracies of facts stated in a warrant affidavit will not vitiate. Why can't I read that word? Okay, I know what you just did, Spugs. You knew that this stuff was coming up.
I gave it to you.
You're like, oh, sorry, I gotta eat a cheeseburger.
I was already suffering.
Here you go, Billy Madison. Read the hard parts for me.
Today, Junior.
As long as such mistakes were innocently made. The burden to prove deliberate falsehoods or reckless disregard for the truth as opposed to innocent or negligent mistakes is a high bar. Michael Osbrook is back, folks. We're going to get him there one way or another. Mike, you with us? Michael?
I am, and I'm on a computer.
Okay, cool. Awesome, great. And you sound great again, so.
I sent Stacy and Mark. There's a killer case on Frank's stuff from the 7th Circuit in Chicago from, I don't know, last summer or fall. It's really recent, and it lays it out pretty clearly. It's an interesting question if you don't object to the introduction of the evidence from the search, whether just asking for a Franks hearing and not getting it is enough to get the Franks hearing. I think probably not. The Franks issue may be gone.
What? I think that's so weird to have to constantly object to something.
Yeah.
So let's say all this goes south and this is all upheld. Would there be a option for post-conviction relief for ineffective assistance of counsel?
Oh, there are all kinds of claims for post-conviction relief.
Okay. And I didn't want to that's a tough thing to bring up, but at the same time, could you make that reasonable argument that your defense didn't didn't object. And
I like
Oh, yeah.
Justin's
Yeah,
question.
absolutely. You can absolutely. I mean, yeah. I mean, there are going to be a bazillion grounds for ineffective assistance if it comes to that. It doesn't. It happens all the time, and not only is it one by one, but you can claim lawyers were cumulatively ineffective. That is to say, you put all the errors together, and the prejudice is such that you get a new trial.
right. Would it
Okay,
be?
wait, this is a good question from Judge. Are you supposed to keep objecting during the trial against stuff that you lost in hearings and motions in pretrial? Because, like, when evidence is admitted, it's admitted. So lawyers don't constantly object to admitted evidence once it's admitted.
Well, they don't have to constantly object. It hasn't been admitted in the pretrial thing, and the Indiana Supreme Court's changing the rule a little bit for starting next year. But if you move to suppress the evidence and you lose on the suppression motion, you still have to object to trial.
Hmm.
So a good rule of thumb for being a trial attorney is to object and object frequently.
Constantly.
Okay. Spokes, how do you want this to?
Is that where we left off?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we wanted to go back up and maybe review a few things we had in notes with Michael now that he's
If you
here.
want to, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I
up
just
to you,
figured,
but I go for it.
like, we only have a half hour with him. I don't know if you had any initial thoughts, Michael, just overall from whether it's what we've read so far or the response in and of itself.
Well, I think there's an overall problem with their response on the third party stuff, but you haven't gotten to that.
Okay.
And the overall problem with that is it all assumes the girls were dead by 2:32. In
Mhm.
other words, they go on to say that all these people were absolutely cleared, and yeah, they're cleared maybe if you believe that if there's irrefutable evidence of that timeline, but the evidence of the state's timeline is certainly not irrefutable in light of the headphone stuff.
Right.
Michael, what did you think about the complete denial of the FBI phone ping for Brad Weber at 2:50?
Well, they say there's no foundation for it. One of the things that was asked for in the motion to correct error was a hearing. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
You good?
either grant the motion on its face or hold a hearing. And I think even if they don't send it back for a Frank's hearing, I think they could send it back for the Glossop hearing.
Is there any just a basic argument to say, how can you say that these third party suspects were cleared when you even admitted in your own response that Richard Allen was accidentally cleared?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And I'm going to send a whole bunch of ideas. That's a good one too. You say they were cleared. Well, look, it should have been a jury. It should have been a jury question. The state should have been able to. The state should have been able to put on all of its evidence that they were cleared, and the whole thing goes together with the third party stuff. I don't think there's anything. I think there is in Mark and Stacy's brief that they should have been able to get in the Odinism stuff, at least on the arrangement of the sticks. And I don't think there's a damn thing about that in this brief.
Yeah, there isn't. They say he placed sticks on them. That's the only portion I recall.
Yeah, but remember the defense tried then said, they'd opened the door to get the third party and Odinism
Mhm.
stuff in, because they get to put on their own version of why the crime scene looked the way it did, and Gull shut that
Mhm.
down. And I
Right.
think that isn't that a section in Stacy and Mark's brief?
Yeah.
Yeah, that the door was opened. I don't understand the Westfall's sole alleged connection to the crimes was his Odinism. Could have committed the crimes by himself. That they're claiming that Allen never contended that Westfall could have committed the crimes by himself, yet they're arguing that Richard Allen was able to do this on his own. I don't know how that makes sense either.
It's a looking glass world. I mean, yes, you're quite right. It's very stupid. This trial was very stupid and tragic. Um, I don't know what else to say, and
Yeah.
I hope that Mark and Stacy carve them up on just these points that you're making. You know,
How
I,
about
I
the fact that they say they investigated Patrick Westfall when Jerry Holman's deposition clearly states that he totally cut them off and was not cooperative at all.
well, you can still investigate somebody without their cooperation. I mean, look into where they were. I don't know what phone info they have from Westfall. I mean, you can.
Oh, they're probably referencing when they got his cell extraction years later. I
Michael, is there, and again, I'm just a regular guy, so I'm just gonna, is there a Frank's version of a appellee brief where, and I'm not saying this is necessarily the situation in this appellee brief, but have you ever seen the appellate attorneys respond to an appellee brief and say, this is a flat out lie, this is an admission, this is, just blatantly incorrect, and here's why? And like, is there any kind of like penalty for that, or is that just something that the Court of Appeals looks at and weighs on?
Well, you always hesitate in an appellate court to say somebody's out and out lying. But if I'm getting the gist of your question correctly, if I'm not, then stop me. Um, but you can say over and over, this simply wasn't true.
Right. Okay.
Why don't you read some more, Keith?
Okay. Sorry, I scrolled up with the PDF I have. What page are we looking at? $33? Okay.
I think. Yeah,
30.
let's start at 34.
Okay. Mike, I'm going to lean on you to help me with pronunciation. If you mistakes and inaccuracies of facts stated in a warrant affidavit will not. Can you read that word for me? What is? I think I've seen this maybe once in my life when someone else was reading it in like high school. I'm going to look this up.
Vitiate.
Vitiate. Okay, not vitiate. Vitiate. Is that just like
that means to
voiding?
It means to undermine something like that.
Yeah. Okay. The voiding. I know a lot of words. There's some I don't know. The reliability of the affidavit, so long as such mistakes were innocently made.
And that's why. So the Seventh Circuit case that I sent Mark and Stacy, which Stacy said pretty immediately is going in the reply brief. It's a case where the Seventh Circuit sends it back down for a Franks hearing to establish what the state of mind of the person or people doing the warrant, what their states of mind were. So they'd go back and there would be a hearing and Liggett would be on the stand and, they'd be talking to him and you know, whom did you consult with? And, you know, and basically you'd have to establish that Liggett knew all this stuff and left it out with a reckless disregard. So there's the stuff he left. So they talk about, I think, a reverse Franks, and I think the defense did try to do both things. So in the normal Franks hearing, Frank's claim, you know, you say that there was a bunch of stuff that just wasn't true in the affidavit, and that it was put in there with at least a reckless disregard for the truth. And then, so if you stop there, then you take out all the stuff that's supposedly false and see if there's still probable cause. Then, and they're doing it from both sides, then you have the omitted stuff. And what you really should do then is stuff the omitted stuff in and see if there's still probable cause.
Lot going on there. I did not know that was the process. That's quite a bit going on.
Well, you have this, so you know, you have the stuff that Liggett included, that I mean, the color of the coat, the whole carbaugh and the color of the coat, and you know, all the stuff that everybody's been over 6 million times. But then you have left out Betsy Blair's description of the guy with poofy hair and almost beautiful. You know, maybe leaving out the sketch was a problem, but I don't think anybody said that. Obviously, you know, if anybody, you know, it would have been great to include in the Franks motion the omission of Betsy Blair's sketch done. I think it might have been the night of the 14th. Because, you know, and like, oh, does that look like Bridge Guy?
Right.
No,
Or what about?
It looks a lot like Daniel Pearson.
Yeah.
Yo.
Or Logan Holder.
All eyes made the probable cause with the omitted information. I was wanting to do something like this, but this is amazing. You never cease to amaze me, All Eyes.
Yeah. Michael, the one thing I think that really, I don't know, gets me, and I've been meaning to ask you, is the omission that when Rick was interviewed again, he said he left by 1:30. Is that, I feel like that is something that should absolutely be addressed in a PCA, and they only mention the Dan Doolin report. Do you, in your opinion, or like from your experience, is that something you would agree should probably be in there, or is that something that, like, if it's omitted, that's not really going to be too big of a deal generally?
Well, I mean, they say he lied when he was in the thing. He was out by 1:30, and
Yeah.
you know, there are two answers to that. One, you know, the Doolin report didn't surface for forever. He didn't record it, but there's no reason to think Rick lied. He's being asked about this 5 years later.
Right.
Almost six.
Yeah. Okay. The burden to prove deliberate falsehoods or reckless disregard for the truth, as opposed to innocent or negligent mistakes, is a high bar. The presence of intentional or reckless inaccuracies alone is insufficient to invalidate the warrant. Probable cause must no longer exist after those inaccuracies are excised from the affidavit.
Yeah, but they carve it up, but but what
Right.
the defense is claiming is you excise the inaccuracies, but then you stuff the turkey with the omissions.
Right. Great way of putting that. Enjoy that one. So, okay. So the ultimate argument is the issues that we have of the omissions wouldn't actually change the burden to meet probable cause, is what I'm gathering that they're arguing.
So they're only talking. So they're only. So far, we're only talking about the falsehoods, and they're saying that if you cut out the they're saying that if you cut out the falsehoods, there's still probable cause.
Right. Okay. I'm with you on that. Okay, here we go. I accidentally muted myself. Although it is not practical for police to include every piece of information relating to an investigation in a probable cause affidavit, an affidavit should include all material facts, which includes those that cast doubt on the existence of probable cause. Therefore, a defendant may also challenge a warrant by claiming the affidavit omitted material information. To invalidate a warrant based on alleged omissions, the defendant must show that, 1, the police omitted the facts with the intent to make or in reckless disregard of whether they thereby made the affidavit misleading, and 2, inclusion of the omitted information renders the affidavit insufficient to establish probable cause.
Right, and so they're doing it one by one, and it's really not a one by one thing, given what the defense claimed. It's all together. It's take out the crap, and put in the stuff that the police clearly knew about and left out, that actually points away from Rick.
So a little less investigators believe that Richard Allen was in the woods with the girls, and a little bit more Richard Allen pointed off of a map at the location where he parked.
Well, and what car he had, and
right, all the things.
Car he had, because Betsy Blair described something entirely different, and I mean, it didn't get in, but everybody, even Rick, was speculating about what car he was in. He said, I might have been in the Escort, but I might have been in the gray Ford 500. He didn't remember 5 years later, and he was probably in the Ford 500. And there's all this business video, and if somebody gets it, like, we won't have to ask that question anymore.
Love to have our hands on that.
Keith, can you mention that question?
Yeah, so Skeptic Curiosity says, for Michael, was Libby in the car or walking on the trails when she messaged Bree Wilbur?
When she messaged whom?
Bree Wilbur.
Yeah, I'm not sure I know about the message. I mean, I certainly have the phone stuff, but I don't really think I know about the message to Bree Wilbur. That maybe I should.
Yeah, maybe I should too.
I'm guessing she had to be in the car, because there's nothing like that after 1:48, I guess it is, when they get out of the car.
Right.
So it is in the car.
Yeah.
I'm doing it by deduction. I just don't remember anything. I don't remember anything later. Case by case has pointed out that there was like some hesitation moving down the trail. Taking that as true, maybe something was sent then. That's not my recollection.
Okay.
I worked a lot on the phone stuff several months ago. At the moment, there are some really important witnesses I'm tracking down.
Yeah. It's a lot to remember. Boy, would we be lost without all eyes and Delphi docs, all the helpful folks. So, okay. Frank's protects.
I really wish I could just like, you know, put the phone data out there into the wild. I wish I could also put the Orion file out there into the wild, but I just can't do it.
Yeah. Okay. Franks protects only against omissions that are designed to mislead or that are made in reckless disregard of whether they would mislead the magistrate. Okay, so we have number one here. The affidavit did not contain false statements. Liggett's representation that Sarah Carbaugh reported seeing a muddy and bloody man who was wearing a blue-colored jacket and blue jeans was not a false statement, much less one made knowingly, intentionally, or with a reckless disregard for its truth. Allen's claim of falsity rests on the video of Carbaugh's June 7, 2017 interview, where she is only heard describing the man as muddy, not bloody, and she said he wore a tan or lighter color coat with a dark hoodie or sweater underneath it. But Carbaugh was interviewed 3 times, all before the warrant affidavit was prepared, and Allen ignores Carbaugh's description of the man in her second and third interviews, which show that neither representation was false. In those interviews, Carbaugh described the man as bloody as well as muddy. Allen acknowledged at trial that she described the man as bloody 16 times in her third interview and said he looked like he had slaughtered a pig. She even marked where she saw the blood spatter on a picture of Bridge Guy during an interview.
But I don't think she ever said blue coat, did she?
I'd have to go back.
And the other thing is, if the person she saw looked like they'd slaughtered a pig, you wouldn't see that on a blue jacket. You'd only see that on a tan jacket.
Right. And I think she only circled his, wasn't it like the lower extremity, like the just on kind of like the pant leg where the mud was as well?
Maybe. I'm not a trial expert.
Right. My big thing with this whole statement is that, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, but weighing the totality of the interviews, that same argument being applied to, at least within terms of the probable cause affidavit, the totality of Rick's statements, the 130 to 330 claim versus the left by 130 claim. I'm guessing they're just going to lean on the what they believe to be Rick's car in the Hoosier Harvestor video as supporting his first statement. But even then, like the direction he's going, it's not even certain that he was passing by or leaving entirely. So I have trouble with that one too, as well as Brad Weber.
I'm hoping. I don't control anything, but I'm hoping that in the reply brief they put the work Yellow Jacket did on the car from the trial exhibits.
Yeah,
showing definitively that car, whatever it was not a Ford Escort.
Are you talking about the tail light?
Yep, the tail light alignment. The tail light alignment with the rear wheels.
What an incredible observation. Okay. Liggett's representation that Carbaugh said the man was bloody was not false. Similarly, in Carbaugh's second interview, she corrected her previous inaccurate statement that the coat was tan. In that interview, she said that the man wore a blue coat with a brown or tan sweater or hoodie underneath it. Carbaugh also told police that the man in the Bridge Guy photo was the same man she saw on the road, and Bridge Guy was wearing a blue coat. Liggett's representation that Carbaugh said the man was wearing a blue coat was not false. Allen cannot prove falsity by cherry-picking isolated statements and ignoring the totality of what Carbaugh said.
So it's not just false. It's so, you kind of got to let the magistrate, the judge, know if the witness has made inconsistent statements too. In other words,
Right.
she said tan coat originally, because the judge has to make some sort of credibility determination. I mean, if you have a confidential informant, to,
Mhm.
to, to, to be able to base a probable cause affidavit on a confidential informant, you have to say things, if you're a cop, like uh, he's given reliable evidence before, his evidence, his evidence has led to arrests.
Like he's a
And
credible figure.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you've got to give the magistrate some. I mean, look, probable cause is a very low standard.
Terrifyingly so. Yeah.
Well, I mean, look at it this way: there was more probable cause to arrest Ron Logan than there ever was to arrest Rick Allen.
Yeah. Don't you feel like there was more probable cause to do a full raid of Elvis Fields?
Look, yes, maybe I don't. Elvis Fields is obviously a huge problem for the state.
Right.
Um, I think Westfall is less of one. I think the state accurately says that Holder telling Amber Holder that it was Westfall, that's pure hearsay.
Right.
I mean, that's not admissible evidence in court. I mean, it's a little less hearsay than a Cecil search. But,
Right. I mean, I could probably go on Google and find someone who said, it was Patrick Westfall, and I don't think that should be probable cause, but
well, you can go on the web and find an Indiana Court of Appeals opinion that says anything you want to.
right. Yeah, I just feel like, you have a close relative of Ellis Fields passing a lie detector test saying that he was trying to get rid of a blue jacket would be almost more than anything, we saw prior, on top of everything else that he said to the police. And we don't need to go into it, but it just, I don't know, that feels like way more. Okay, so my other point too with this is talking about cherry picking isolated statements. So Allen can't do this with Carbaugh, but the state can do this with Allen. They could do this with Brad Weber. They could do this with Carbaugh. Is just an amazing Uno reverse card, if you will, in my opinion.
Constant.
What's that? Oh, lost him? Okay.
I said it's constant.
Oh, constant. Okay. Does Michael ever Irish goodbye? Or does he always say he's got to go? Has anyone seen Michael just bail? You're right, Boogs. How am I doing?
You're doing great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are you back? Did you get that cheeseburger down?
Yeah, but I'm gonna stay off cam now that I like it and I feel safe.
Okay.
What have you gone over already that people might have questions about?
What's that? What have we or haven't we?
What have you?
I am gonna go back real quick. I think there's one that I highlighted. Oh, just that the argument that he was treated in Westville better than the convicts. Do you anticipate that Liana and Lehman's response is going to effectively be that doesn't matter because he was not a convict?
Well, there's that, and I think there's a place where the state talks about no due process right, blah, 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 blah. Actually, there is a case called Bell v. Wolfish. I put the I've put the clip from it up on Twitter several times, and I gave it to some possible civil lawyers for Rick. But it says in no uncertain terms that it is a due process violation to keep a pretrial detainee in conditions which amount to punishment.
Okay.
So
Well,
keeping him.
that's certainly punishment. I mean, they're saying he didn't meet the credit for SMI, but it states very clearly that major depressive disorder does.
Well, I mean, just putting somebody in solitary in a maximum security state prison is keeping somebody in conditions that equate to punishment.
I don't see. I think I see maybe one. All eyes question is: will Mark and Stacy clean up the loose ends or nah?
Yeah, they're good. We'll see. I mean, I've said this, I think, repeatedly. Their job is to do two things. Their job is to, one, make the Court of Appeals want to grant relief, and two, to give them a way to do it. And I think their opening brief did a terrific job making the Court of Appeals possibly want to grant relief. And I still think that the Napoli Glossip claim is the easiest way out for the Court of Appeals if they want to grant relief.
Can you maybe just real quick walk through that Glossip claim?
Yeah, the claim is this, that and it was the centerpiece of really was. I mean, maybe not the centerpiece is the wrong metaphor. It was one of the four legs of the state's case. And it was that Brad Weber drove by and startled Rick, surprised him, and he hustled the girls across this creek, and they were dead by 2:32. And he comes in and testifies, oh, well, I got home about 2:30. And, you know, you don't have to prove for a Glossip claim that somebody was. I've been very, I've been very careful. I don't think Brad Weber was lying. I think he was just mistaken. He did get home about 2:30, but that was, and he said that. He said I got home about 2:30 within a few days of the murders when he was stopped at a checkpoint by the police. He lied to the FBI later because he wanted to put himself as far away from the murders as possible.
Yeah, that would make a lot of. Okay, one additional question.
Let me finish about the Glossip claim.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
The Glossip.
Jump sound!
Okay, you're back, Michael. I don't think we. Okay, there you are.
So the Glossip claim is from the video. The state knew that he'd gotten home later than 2:32, and they argued that he'd driven by at 2:32, and they didn't correct his testimony that they knew was false from the video.
Okay.
Stand that is really low. Any reasonable possibility evidence contributed to the verdict. And we know it contributed to the verdict
Okay.
because it was right there. It was right there in McClelland's closing argument.
Well, if he didn't get there at the time frame, then Rick would have never seen him, and that would have never been his. That never would have been the state's theory, logically.
They claim it's the one thing only the killer would know. Well, if
Right.
it didn't happen, then it's not possible. That's...
Okay. Good glossip. So, hold on. There's Michael. Do you happen to know when Kathy first visited Rick in Westville? Or he might have dropped audio again.
Bueller.
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 Okay, well, I'm gonna pee out all this Coke Zero that I drink. So when he comes back, that one will be for you.
Okay.
BRB.
I'm going to keep reading here. Nor can Allen meet his high burden to show deliberate or reckless conduct merely by the fact that Liggett's affidavit related the information from Carbaugh's more recent statements to police, which she had never repudiated. Oh, God, help me. Rather than her first statement. That is particularly true in the context of an investigation this large and spanning so many years. Law enforcement interviewed huge numbers of witnesses, in many cases more than once, and many of those interviews, including specifically the interviews of Carbaugh, took place years before Liggett was preparing his affidavit. He may not even have remembered that, 5 years earlier, Carbaugh had once described the coat as tan, or that she had not said bloody in the first interview. This part confuses me. So you're saying he just writes up his PCAs based off memory alone? Without any corresponding... What? He may not have even remembered that 5 years earlier, Carbaugh had once described the coat as tan, or that she had not said bloody in the first interview, given her overall certainty that she saw a bridge guy and she was bloody. Everyone there?
I just got back.
Okay. Statements because the
Just
detective... Go. Oh, you're there. Okay.
Woo! All right.
Yeah, this
Oh, Michael, you keep going in and out.
ain't working out too well, I guess.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to keep reading. Michael, if you got to disconnect because it's like laggy and stuff, no problem.
Yeah.
Therefore, even if allegedly false statements were corrected, as Allen suggests, probable cause would still exist. Therefore, even if the allegedly false statements were corrected, as Allen suggests, probable cause would still exist. I really quickly...
Yeah, right.
I want to read... So All Eyes made this, and she withdrew the information that you would have to omit, like they say wouldn't matter. On February 14th, 2017, Abigail and Liberty were found deceased in the woods approximately 0.2 miles northeast of the Monon High Bridge in Carroll County. Their bodies were located on the north side of Deer Creek. At the time, the Monon High Bridge was an approximately 1 mile gravel trail terminating at the Monon High Bridge. The Monon High Bridge is an abandoned railroad trestle approximately 0.25 miles long, spanning the Deer Creek and Deer Creek Valley on the southeast end of the trail. Approximately 0.7 miles northwest on the trail from the northwestern edge of the Monon High Bridge is the Freedom Bridge, which is a pedestrian bridge spanning the State Road 25. Approximately 350 feet west of Freedom Bridge was a former railroad overpass over Old State Road 25. The trail terminates just west of the former railroad overpass. The majority of the trail is in a wooded area with a steep embankment on the south side of the trail. The entirety of the trail and location of the girls' bodies were and are located in Carroll County, Indiana. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? There we go. Through interviews, reviews of electronic records, and review of video at the Hoosier Harvest Store, investigators believe Abigail and Liberty were dropped off across the Mears farm at 1:49 p.m. on February 13th, 2017 by Kelsey German. When Derek German arrived at 3:15 to pick the girls up, Abigail and Liberty were nowhere to be found. At 1:43 p.m., Liberty uploaded a photo to Snapchat showing the girls in the car on the way to the trail. At 2:05 p.m., Liberty uploaded a photo to Snapchat showing an empty Monon High Bridge in front of her and Abigail. At 2:07, Liberty uploaded a photo to Snapchat showing an empty Monon High Bridge behind her and Abigail. They show those different photos and the times. No witnesses saw Abigail and Liberty after this time. No outgoing communications were found on Liberty's phone after this time. Okay, video of Kelsey driving. An extraction conducted of Liberty's phone on February 15th showed that her device continued logging movement until 2:32 p.m. Okay, showing all that various data. The wired headphones inserted. Wired headphones removed, 10:32. At approximately midnight, the Delphi Police Chief, Delphi Fire Chief, and Carroll County Sheriff met and determined that they had thoroughly searched the trail numerous times and were confident enough that the girls were not on the trail that they called off the official search. Sheriff Lesenby informed the media that no foul play was suspected at that time. Liberty's phone lost contact with the tower at 5:45 p.m. on February 13, 2017, and reconnected at 4:33 a.m. on February 14, 2017, when a burst of approximately 15 messages were received by Liberty's phone. All that fun data we love so much. Official search efforts were renewed on the morning of February 14th. Sometime between approximately 9:45 and 10:30 a.m., clothing items were found in Deer Creek belonging to Abigail and Liberty, approximately 50 yards south of where their bodies were located. Also among the items were a worn green bandana. At approximately 11:30 a.m., Abigail and Liberty's bodies were discovered by a family member. Abigail and Liberty's deaths were ruled as homicides. A .40 caliber unspent cartridge was discovered in the ground underneath brush and dirt less than 2 feet from where Liberty's foot was previously staged. The cartridge was unspent and had 3 extraction markings on the surface. The tree next to Liberty's staged body had blood determined to belong to Liberty. A video recovered from Liberty's phone on February 15, 2017 shows Abigail walking southeast on the Monon High Bridge while an unknown male wearing a blue windbreaker, jeans, boots, and a baseball cap is walking behind her. As Abigail approaches Liberty at the end of the bridge, Liberty is heard saying, "This is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here." 12 seconds later, an unknown male is heard faintly in the background saying, "Guys, down the hill." The video ends 4 seconds later. To assist investigators in identifying the unknown male, an altered photograph taken from the video was released on February 15th, 2017. An altered clip of Guys Down the Hill audio was subsequently released on February 22nd, 2017. On February 16th, 2017, law enforcement announced a new tip line asking anyone on the trail on February 13th, 2017 to contact them. Rick Allen went to the sheriff's office on February 16th, 2017 to let them know he was on the trail around noon to 1:30 that day. He advised seeing 3 girls near the trailhead entrance. Rick was told they were busy and asked to provide his contact information for an officer to follow up with him. On February 18th, 2017, DNR officer Dan Doolin called Rick to follow up with him. Rick was on his way to town and offered to meet DNR officer Doolin at the Save-A-Lot parking lot. Rick advised that he got to the trail around noon and stayed for about an hour. He advised that he parked near the old railroad bridge over Old State Road 25 and walked to Freedom Bridge. Rick advised he saw 3 girls at the trailhead entrance. He described one as taller with black or brown hair. He later told law enforcement that he believed the taller one may have been older, probably babysitting the other 2. He advised that he then walked to the Monon High Bridge, walked back to the overlook bench near the trail split, and sat for a while to check his day trades on his phone. Before walking back to his vehicle, he advised observing a sedan and an SUV parked at the farmer's entrance. He advised that he did not recall seeing anyone else on the trail. Rick advised that he did not take any photos or video that day. Rick provided his phone to DNR Officer Doolin, who documented all of its identifying information. After the follow-up interview, DNR Officer Doolin submitted a narrative report and sent Rick's phone information to the Indiana State Police. After cross-referencing Rick's phone information with the tower data obtained by law enforcement, Rick's lead was cleared on February 18, 2017. Cell data. Investigators interviewed Betsy Blair on February 17, 2017. Betsy advised she was on the Monon High Bridge Trail on February 13, 2017. Betsy made 2 trips to the trail that day. Video from the Hoosier Harvest Store captured Betsy's vehicle traveling eastbound at 12:02 p.m. After parking at Mears Lot, Betsy proceeded to walk her exercise loops. Betsy advised that for each loop, she would walk to Monon High Bridge, turn around, and walk to the Mary Gerard Trail, walk about halfway down and turn around, walk to Freedom Bridge and turn around, then walk back to the trail split. Interviews were conducted with 3 juveniles, Riley Voorhees, Brianne Wilbur, and Anna Spath, who had advised that they, along with Isabel Voorhees, were on the Monon High Bridge Trail on February 13, 2017. On the evening of February 13, 2017, Brianne spoke to law enforcement. Brianne uploaded a Snapchat photo taken while the 4 girls crossed Freedom Bridge at 12:25 p.m. and another taken while the 4 girls were at Monon High Bridge at 12:43 p.m. In 2020, Bree showed investigators these pictures during her interview pertaining to the Anthony Shots investigation. After completing her second loop around the trail, Betsy drove to the Delphi Public Library to use the restroom. Video from the Hoosier Harvest Store captured Betsy's vehicle traveling westbound at 1:15 p.m. Betsy would have been on the trail walking her first and second loops between 12:02 and 1:15 p.m. How much more is there? Oh, there's a lot. Oh, guys, let me not. We get the gist. I love it. My bad. I was like, holy shit, that's a lot of pages.
I mean, that's how like a PCA should read. I mean, it's a lot. That's even more in depth than the Brian Koberger PCA. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
it's all accurate, but also hilarious.
yeah. But like from a transparency standpoint, you feel like that's how it should look. That's how it should have looked.
Correct. Absolutely. I'm sure it just goes on and gets better and better. Everyone go check that out. Let me link you guys.
This is the most reading I've done since college, man. I think. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I'm kidding. I've read books.
I haven't read books since I read Harry Potter, Chamber of Secrets. That's a lie.
I read Shadow of the Bridge, out now.
Oh, God. Okay. Where are we? What page am I? 37?
Oh, sweet. Let me check out. Let me see here. Give me a quick minute, madam. Kind ma'am. We're on page 37, number 2, middle of the page.
Perfect.
There you go.
Number 2, material information defeating probable cause was not omitted from the affidavit. Allen also claims the affidavit omitted material information by failing to include details of Blair's description of the car she saw parked at the old CPS building that were inconsistent with Allen's Ford Focus and the details of Blair's description of the man she saw on the bridge that were inconsistent with Allen's appearance. Allen did not show that these omissions were designed to mislead or made with reckless disregard about whether they would mislead, nor did he show that the inclusion of this information would have defeated probable cause. The requisite intent to mislead cannot be established merely by showing the fact of the omission itself. The But Allen points to nothing beyond the omissions themselves as proof that Liggett was being intentionally or recklessly misleading. The general fact of the omissions and misleading is the problem.
Right. Allen did not show that these omissions were designed to mislead or made with reckless disregard about whether they would mislead, nor did he show that inclusion of this information would have defeated probable cause. Doesn't that kind of isn't that implicated? Isn't that kind of a common sense thing? I get it. They should probably list it out, but and I think they do in the Franks, because if you don't have Betsy Blair and you don't have Sarah Carbaugh, you don't have a timeline.
Mm-mm. The requisite intent to mislead cannot be established merely by showing the fact of the omission itself. But Allen points to nothing beyond the omissions themselves as proof that Liggett was being intentionally or recklessly misleading. Specifically, that the man appeared youthful, in his 20s or 30s, and had poofy hair, and that the car was shaped like a 1965 Comet and was a nondescript dark color, but was not black, white, or red. What was this in reference to? This was... Okay. To his... Aside from noting these factual omissions, the defendant makes no attempt to establish that they were deliberately to mislead or with reckless disregard. And other evidence refutes the suggestion this was done to mislead. For example, Liggett included the information that a second witness, Terry Wilson, who saw a car parked there only minutes before Blair did, described the car as a purple PT Cruiser. Purple PT Cruiser or a small SUV type vehicle. Purple is not black, and neither a PT Cruiser nor an SUV looks like a Ford Focus. Were Liggett attempting to create an impression that the witnesses had given descriptions consistent with Allen's Focus, then he would not have included those inconsistent details from the second witness. Indeed, had Liggett included Blair's description, it would have only emphasized that the probative value of the information was not that the witnesses had given a reliable description of the car's appearance. Their descriptions, after all, were not consistent with each other either. Rather, the information was probative because both witnesses had seen a single car parked in a suspicious manner at this location at a time when other evidence established reason to believe it was Allen's car parked there. No. Just because they both see a single car parked there doesn't mean you get to pick and decide which car they all described is the one you're going to go with.
Also, did they do a cell phone and did they own themselves and say that Terry Wilson's statement should have never been put into the PCA because a purple PT Cruiser, a small SUV type vehicle, is not black?
Right.
Do they?
Right.
Classic just asked if we found out what color Jay Clear's PT Cruiser was.
Oh, yes. Whoa. Big announcement, guys. Yes, it's womp womp. Womp womp. It was clear / white. So, Jake Clear's PT Cruiser is not the PT Cruiser. I got the VIN and I was able to call a dealership's parts department and give them the code, and they were able to tell me what that color code was.
Dude, back in the day when I was on my murder sheet bullshit and they were doing that 3-part hit piece on Tony Klein, I did a public search on him and found the address that he was at, and I went on Google Maps and I pulled up the address and I looked in the driveway, and what do you think I saw?
I remember that picture.
Yeah,
I remember that.
I sent it in. I think this was before I was even on Twitter.
Oh my god!
Because I hadn't really I was listening to them, and then I got on Reddit, and then I got on Twitter. But I was like, oh shit, this is pretty. Only to turn out it was just Keegan Kline lied to cops who believed him.
They also pick and choose when to believe that motherfucker.
Dude,
God
crazy
damn.
shit, crazy. All right.
All right, where were we? Similarly, Blair had told police that she recognized Bridge Guy as the man she saw, primarily based on his clothing, which was a match, not on some characteristic of his physical appearance. It is therefore understandable, not suspiciously misleading, that Liggett's affidavit focused on that aspect of her description, except that what he is stating he wore, you're misleading what he said, described as what he wore. Like, it's just fucking so mixed up. More fundamentally, given the construction of the state's probable cause, neither challenged aspect of Blair's information was material to the existence of probable cause, which explains both why there was no intent to mislead or recklessly misleading effect in its omission, and why its inclusion does not defeat probable cause. The video from LG's phone established probable cause to believe that Bridge Guy was the murderer. However, the probable cause to believe Allen was Bridge Guy did not depend on the accuracy of Blair's description of the man or the car or the extent to which those descriptions matched Allen. And the probable cause affidavit did not create any misleading impression that Blair had identified Allen as the man she saw or Allen's focus as the car she saw. No, but you're literally just saying that it has to be so. Like,
yep. Like you're wishing it to happen.
Yeah. Probable cause to believe Allen was Bridge Guy rested on the following facts. Bridge Guy encountered AW and LG on the High Bridge at 2:13 p.m. Around or shortly after 1:30 p.m., a group of girls passed a single man on the trail walking toward High Bridge. Breanne Wilbur identified the picture of Bridge Guy as the man they passed. Anna Spaeth similarly identified the man as wearing a blue coat, and the girls said that the man had said nothing to them, although Riley Voorhees said hi to him. Blair was walking the trail to High Bridge and back between 1:46 and 2:15.
Hey, Bugs.
Yeah.
Michael Osbrook is backstage.
Oh, shit. Hey. Bueller.
Hey there.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm here.
Sweet.
Cool. Okay. Says footnote 9, because no Franks hearing was held, the state did not have an opportunity to present evidence in response to the motion. Where the state cites to the trial record in this discussion, it is consistent with the information contained in the probable cause affidavit, and thus is reasonably deemed to be evidence that was known by police at the time the affidavit was prepared. Although not mentioned in the probable cause affidavit, Voorhees testified at trial that she immediately... That's weird.
It's at the bottom of the next page.
Oh, she immediately recognized the picture of Bridge Guy as the man the girls encountered on the trail. We're learning law stuff.
Yes, well, really, Voorhees said something else a couple of years later that was really interesting, and I probably can't go into it, but needless to say, it undermines everything.
Wow. Amazing. I can't wait to hopefully one day learn.
Is it in the nature of like, yeah, I didn't really say that?
No,
if you can't answer, I get it.
No, she ID'd somebody from a picture.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And it wasn't Rick Allen.
Yeah. Oops, I muted myself. When she reached High Bridge, she saw the man in the Bridge Guy photograph standing on the first platform of the bridge. And she saw AW and LG walking toward High Bridge as she was walking back to the trail entrance. None of these witnesses saw any other male on the trail during this time frame who could have been Bridge Guy. That's just false. And none of these witnesses were represented in the affidavit as having identified Allen as the man they saw. It was Allen himself who provided the reasonable ground for believing he was the man these witnesses saw, and thus that he was Bridge Guy.
And here's where the BS starts.
Oh God, here we go. It was Allen himself who provided the reasonable ground for believing he was the man that these witnesses saw, and thus that he was Bridge Guy. Allen originally told police that he was on the trail between 1:30 and 3:30 p.m. He said that he passed a group of girls without speaking to them as he walked towards High Bridge. That he went out. Go ahead.
And he said there were 3, not 4, so they leave out the right. I mean, we've got a little Frank's omission here.
Right, and I was giving them credit early on because they actually kept continuously saying he saw 3 and that there was 4, but now they're totally bypassing the detail. Where about ground? He went on the first platform on the bridge, and that he did not see Bridge Guy while he was there. Thus, Allen had placed himself on the trail and on the High Bridge platform at the same time the witnesses saw Bridge Guy there. Moreover,
with his poofy hair, and he was almost beautiful.
Moreover, although he could not recall with certainty by the time he was interviewed in 2022, Allen told police that he was probably wearing blue jeans and a blue or black Carhartt jacket that day, which was consistent with the clothing Blair saw and Bridge Guy was wearing. Blair saw a blue jean jacket.
Did Blair never said she saw a jacket was blue? Did she?
She said she saw a blue jean jacket. From what I recall.
Is that what she said?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I rely on you all.
Please God, no. Someone else.
Which is not Duck Canada.
All eyes. Where you at? Oh, hi Salty, by the way. And Skinny, I don't know if I saw you earlier. Hi. All right. Thus created a reasonable probability that Allen was Bridge Guy, and therefore the murderer, regardless of any discrepancies between Blair's description of the man she saw and Allen. Blair's description of the man was not the foundation on which Allen's identification as Bridge Guy rested, and the affidavit did not need to remove all doubt or definitively establish that Allen was the man the witnesses saw and recognized as Bridge Guy for probable cause to exist. Probable cause is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not even proof by a preponderance of the evidence. Probable cause requires only a reasonable probability, not a prima facie showing of connection to the crime. Allen placed... Thank you. Allen placed himself on the trail, passing the girls, and on the High Bridge platform at the time Blair saw a man there. And those witnesses identified Bridge Guy as the man they encountered. That creates a reasonable bias. Go ahead.
And that's contradictory, right? Because
completely
the idea, the Blair's, Allen. It was the claim that Blair saw Rick on the platform, but the guy who she saw on the platform had poofy hair and was almost beautiful.
But they're not paying attention to her description of that, but they are going to pay attention to her description of the vehicle she saw. It's like constantly contradictory or cherry picking.
Well, yeah. This whole case is a cherry tree.
Indeed. Witnesses identified Bridge Guy as the man they encountered. That creates a reasonable basis to believe Allen was Bridge Guy. In this context, it is not particularly significant that Blair thought Bridge Guy looked younger than Allen's age or had longer hair than Allen. Had Allen not placed himself on the bridge at the same approximate time that Blair saw Bridge Guy there, those discrepancies between Blair's description and Allen's appearance might be significant to the existence of the probable cause. I must say, I would argue that Daniel Pearson puts himself on the bridge at the same approximate time that Blair saw Bridge Guy and not Rick Allen. But I digress.
Well, you can have probable cause to round up a whole bunch of people. I mean,
right.
Probable cause to round up Elvis. I mean, there was probable cause to arrest Logan, and certainly as early as June of 2017.
Yep. Where do we go? After all, go ahead.
I was just going to say, my information is that I'm guessing the FBI would have gone nuts, but the FBI was never told about the statement Reese Davis made about Logan's confessions to him when he was interviewed by the state police in June of 2017.
After all, Blair only saw the man briefly from 50 feet away. But driving by the CPS lot, that description stands. Stands to reason that her perception of his clothing might be more accurate than her perception of his age. A characteristic open to subjective interpretation, or the length of his hair. And again, it was not necessary to eliminate all possible doubt that Allen was the man she saw for probable cause to exist. So it was immaterial if her description purportedly allowed for some doubt. Oh boy. Omission of information that police smelled odor of marijuana throughout the neighborhood, and specifically along a neighbor's fence line, where they also found marijuana shake, was not material to probable cause, given the fact that officers also smelled marijuana odor coming from inside the defendant's house. Okay, well. Eyewitnesses identified a different person as the perpetrator with 100% confidence, was not misleading or material to probable cause because police oh my God, my dad is being so loud right now. I'm so sorry, guys. Can you hear that? Jesus.
Barely, but if you're more comfortable, like,
yeah, can you take it from here, because he's shouting on the phone to his cousin?
Yeah.
And I talk loud because he talks loud.
Sorry, I was looking at Betsy Blair. What page are you on?
I'm on 43.
43. Okay, I was close. All right. Eyewitness identified different person as the perpetrator with 100% confidence, and confidence was not misleading or material to probable cause because police investigation had sufficiently cleared the person as a suspect. Defendant's denial of alcohol consumption and asserted lack of sleep as an alternative explanation for crash were not material to evaluation of probable cause to believe he operated while intoxicated. Similarly, it was Allen himself who provided probable cause to believe it was his car parked at the old CPS building between 1:30 and 3:30 p.m. because he told police that was where he had parked and that no other car was parked there. This was corroborated by the Hoosier Harvest Store video, which showed a car matching Allen's Focus driving towards the CPS building at 1:27 p.m. And was consistent with his wife's information that they usually parked at that location when they walked the trail. That reasonable probability remains even if every witness who drove past gave an inconsistent description of the car they briefly saw, because the pertinent question is not whether the information excludes all doubt that the car was Allen's. The significance of the information from Blair and Wilson was not that they had identified the car as Allen's, nor did the affidavit misleadingly suggest they had. Rather, the significance was twofold. One, between 2:10 and 2:15 p.m., the time when Bridge Guy was encountering AW and LG on Highbridge, and Alan said he was parked at this location. There was no other car parked there, thereby reducing the likelihood that someone other than Alan was also on the trail at that time. And 2, the car was backed in right next to the building, suggesting an attempt to conceal the car's presence or identity. Consideration of the omitted information does not remove probable cause. The search warrant was valid, and the evidence was properly admitted. Michael, any thoughts?
You know, they're trying to spin the facts and
Yeah.
as well as they can. Facts really aren't supported by. They've got a problem. I mean, you know, they're doing the best they can. I think they do a little better on the, you know, waiver of issues arguments like Article 1, Section 15 of the Indiana Constitution. I mean, I'm not sure why that was ever raised in the brief, because nobody at the trial level ever said anything about Article 1, Section 15. That's Indiana's due process thing, due course of law. But they're trying to put the best spin on the facts. I mean, it, their spin on the facts is probably just as bad as the probable cause affidavit. They stick stuff in that really isn't quite true, at least. Maybe not stuff that's actually false, but they certainly leave out a lot of stuff that shows what they're saying isn't true.
Yeah, I think this footnote here is probably one of the better examples. You know, although Alan called it the old Farm Bureau building, there was no such building in the area, and he showed police on a photograph where the building was located, which allowed them to conclude he was referring to the CPS building. He just simply did not tell them definitively that he parked there. There were a few places he showed them the Mears lot. He showed them the now like Miller lot area, which was off of the map that he pointed to, and it's just a lie. It's factually untrue, and the videos suggest that. It's crazy to me. Okay, back down to number 2 on page 44. Thank you, Spugs.
I'm going to leave you all to the confessions.
Okay.
Thank you, Michael.
Well, we look forward to your Twitter posts.
Mostly because I don't think the confessions issue is going anywhere.
I tend to agree.
Yep.
With my non-experience in education.
Yeah. That doesn't mean we can't say it sucks.
Yeah.
Well, again, maybe in one pleading, but I don't think at trial they objected on the grounds that the confessions were involuntary. They objected, and the entire argument, almost the entire argument in Stacy and Mark's brief is that following what Rosie did was that his confessions were coerced. And so you can't you can't let in coerced confessions, but all coerced confessions are involuntary, but not all involuntary confessions are coerced. Rick's confessions could be involuntary because he was driven nuts by the conditions he was kept under. And by the way, when and if you get to the audio being excluded from the video of him in prison, the audio, graphic stuff about people screaming at him. It's truly horrific. And so the fact that they didn't make the argument with the Haldol and everything else that the confessions weren't voluntary as opposed to being coerced I just think it's a problem. And then you also have a problem for the standard of review. I think it was back in maybe about 2008, but for decades and decades, whether a confession was coerced or involuntary was a question for the jury, and then Indiana Supreme Court changed that as a judge question. And so it's an abuse of discretion standard, and I'll let them in. And basically, to show an abuse of discretion, you've got to show one of two things. The judge got some crazy fact wrong, or the judge really got the law wrong. And I don't think, I mean, I think you can write pages and pages. I think it's important that that section was in Stacy and Mark's brief, because I think the conditions under which Rick was kept, what it drove him to, is part of job one, which is getting the Court of Appeals to want to grant relief. In other words, there's a legal argument there, but it's the factual basis that's it's the factual basis that I think is the most important when it comes to the confessions. It makes Rick incredibly sympathetic. I mean, nothing like this has happened to a prisoner in the history of Indiana.
So would you say then that argument is they're not appealing so much to the law piece of it as they are appealing to just basic humanity?
Yeah, I mean, you want to make, I mean, one of the big cases I won was a kid who was charged with murder at 13 and convicted at 14. I mean, yeah, you want to make the client sympathetic. And I don't mean that in any artificial way.
No,
I
yeah.
mean, what happened to Rick was truly horrific. I mean,
Right.
and there's that one fact that we learned from Mark and Stacy's brief that I certainly didn't know about it, that Walla wasn't going to give him his stuff back until he was, quote, until there was more, quote, consistency.
Yeah, it almost feels like that's extortive in nature. I have a question for you. Sorry, really quick before you go. I believe earlier on in this appellee brief response that the audio of Rick in Westville is hearsay. Do you know? Can you help me understand why that's the case?
There is almost certainly no statement by anybody in that audio that's being offered for it being true. It's being offered for its effect on Rick.
Right.
And so, yes, no. So saying that's hearsay is as ridiculous as saying the Cecil search wasn't hearsay.
I thought the same thing, because it doesn't matter who said it. It was the fact that it was said, right? And it doesn't matter. Right. Okay. All right.
I'll tell you a real quick story. There was a case I had up in Kokomo. I mean, I know this is long and tonight's getting late, and okay, come on, bring me back.
You're back. You're back. Sorry, that was perfect timing.
I got it remanded from the Seventh Circuit for a hearing in federal district court, and there was a pre-hearing conference, and the lawyer afterwards, it was an alibi case, and the lawyer afterwards to the press had said that his guy had an alibi defense. Well, he hadn't put on an alibi defense, and I was alleging him ineffective for not doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And the lawyer, very nice guy for the state, was at this pretrial conference. I was there with a student, and he was saying, well, you can't get this statement in because it's hearsay. And I told the judge, I'm not trying to get it in for the truth about whether he had an alibi defense or not. I just want to get it in for the fact that he said it.
Right.
And the judge raised both hands. He said, "That's the law of hearsay." It was kind of a fun moment. Yeah. No, hearsay. Look, there are judges all over Indiana, and I'm sure it's not just Indiana, that think anything that was said outside of court is hearsay.
Right.
I mean, I see it in transcript after transcript after transcript. Now, Gull is experienced enough. She knows the difference. She knows that stuff wasn't hearsay.
Right.
And she knows that the Cecil search was hearsay.
I mean, the Cecil search is it's just so crazy to me because you're not validating the person behind the search, that whoever made the claim that the phone, it could be water damage instead of the headphone jack. Also, it was literally Googled outside of court. It was while they were on recess, right?
If he'd been sitting on the stand with his laptop and Googled it, it wouldn't have been any better.
Right, because it's, I mean, and then, I mean, Rick wasn't given an opportunity to cross and confront that person who said that.
Yeah, Eldridge was already gone. I mean, I might
Right.
have, the move I would have made when Cecil came up with the Google search, I would have moved to strike his entire testimony as an expert.
Yeah. I
rely on Google searches.
Yeah. How do we know everything else that he testified to wasn't a Google search?
Yeah.
And it probably was. It probably was. Who knows?
Well, it's one of the things that somebody has to do. I mean, Stacey Eldridge said on one of Bob Motta's wives that there was a lot more she could have testified to, but she was never asked.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things the next batch of lawyers that come along will have to do is find out what more she could have said.
Right.
And one of the things that I know, I've mentioned this before elsewhere. Apparently, it's not in the Apple Health data, but there's an accelerometer in the iPhone 6S, I guess it was, and there is a database someplace that has downward movement. And Stacey Eldridge said it would take her 10 to 20 hours, I think more like 20, to dig that out. But if there is downward movement on the phone, that would be incredibly informative.
Right. Interesting.
And according to Andy Baldwin, speaking of phone stuff, I mean, I don't want to delay you're getting into the joys of the confessions, but Andy Baldwin said that the geofence information had at the time of the abduction. The geofence information had 3 phones on the south end of the bridge.
Yeah.
Oh.
And by the way, I mean, that's the other thing. They made no offer to prove. They made no offer to prove, as far as I know, about the geofence information, and it was kept out just because because McClellan said, "Oh, it's so inaccurate." Look at Lori Vallow Daybell's trial in Arizona for the murder and attempted murder. She was convicted almost entirely on geofence information.
Yeah, I think Murdoch was GPS, right? I wasn't geofencing. It was.
Yeah, it was GPS, I think.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, the idea that this stuff isn't accurate. I mean, I don't know if you've like looked at your location information, but I looked at mine. I mean, Google has everywhere I've been and when I've been there with frightening accuracy.
Right. Yeah, I live a pretty boring life, but even when we do travel, it's there. Michael, what's your feeling on just this response overall and what it's going to look like kind of going forward?
I don't know. I mean, my feeling about the thing is that they did about the best job they can do. There are some, I think, cardinal sins of appellate lawyers committed in here, like saying things that cases say things that they don't say. They stuck pretty close to the. My problem with the brief in general. Look, when you're doing a sufficiency claim, you assume the evidence is correct in the light most favorable to the state, but that's not true for everything else. And their entire answer, and I said this earlier, their entire answer on the third party stuff assumes that the state's timeline is correct.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I think that's a huge problem. And the right to put on a defense, what, they put the sticks out there and they get to explain the sticks as an undoing, but you don't get to explain the sticks another way.
Right.
You don't. Oh, you cleared Brad Holder. Well, you might not have cleared him for 4 a.m. when he was out there with Ron Logan, and Ron Logan's out there at 2 a.m. or something too. And
yeah.
By the way, we've got headphone activity, and we know that Rick Allen was home at 5 o'clock. No later than, because that's when Kathy came home and found him there.
Mm-hmm.
He could have been home long before that. So yeah, I look, I don't know what the Court of Appeals is going to do. I expect there's going to be an oral argument in this case.
Oh, I hope so.
Will it be televised?
Oh, it'll be streamed.
Great.
Are you sure with this one?
Oh no, it'll be streamed.
Oh, can you imagine our first streamed Richard Allen hearing? Oh my god.
I'm guessing it's possible for the Attorney General to intervene and say something like, or would that be up to the court? That'd probably be up to the court.
No, the oral argument's entirely up to the court.
And
I'm expecting there are going to be 2 oral arguments, because whoever loses is going to the Indiana Supreme Court, and I'm guessing the Indiana Supreme Court's going to have oral argument too.
Right.
All I said, I'm afraid they're going to deny it with very little thought. My only like silver lining to that is the fact that they asked for all the actual footage and exhibits and stuff to review themselves pretty early on. And I feel like that shows a significant interest, at least.
And I can't remember off the top of my head, but didn't the Indiana Court of Appeals remand in favor of I think it was last year, there was a Fourth Amendment issue. It's not related that much to Rick, but it's like the fact that a Court of Appeals would even side in favor of a defendant's somewhat hopeful, but what do I know?
So Classic Overthinkers asking, has anyone checked RA's trading accounts? I got an email to all the people who matter saying, you got to get all the emails, bank, whatever, trading information, whatever, even if you don't have trading information, the log, when did he log on to his accounts? I can't control it. I'm you know people have, I guess, decided I'm toxic.
Yeah, that's yeah, this Michael, this was a huge day for the people who told us that we need to let the appeals process just take its natural course. Huge day for those folks.
Well, I've got two witnesses. Nobody's doing anything with them. I got two witnesses that just blow apart the state's timeline, and they're both quite credible. And it didn't take much to find them. And it looks like we may have a new Ron Logan confession too.
Another? But will they look at the totality?
I love, dude. Michael's drops have been so incredibly like cliffhanger. I love it.
I think it's Xfinity. I think it's my actual internet connection dropping every so often.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're gonna get some money out of the fundraiser account and get you an upgrade to some internet, Michael. Don't you worry.
We'll you're not going to get it out of the fundraiser account because Erica Morse is going to get it all.
Michael, I really quickly wanted to say I'm sorry for your loss of Mr. Hennessy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The legend.
It's pretty bad. I'm going to one of the memorial events tomorrow.
Oh gosh. Our thoughts are with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I loved how I don't know. I love real down to earth people, and just all of the interviews that he did were what a great vibe he gave off. Like he'd be great to grab a beer with and just get some laughs. That's just what I felt like he was.
Well, he and I I got him to get into another case, one of mine that I got. It was for this 14-year-old I mentioned earlier, and he got involved back in state court, and we pulled off a trick in state court that had huge effects in federal court. And the good news is that on the capital habeas listserv, lawyer in California put out a query, and really rare situation, but Hennessy and I pulled it off. And so I sent all that information to her. And so the good news is that, Dave Hennessy helped so many people, and some of them will never even know that it was he.
Yeah. It's crazy to think that Rick almost didn't get an opportunity to, meet Stacy and Mark before, this started to really, the rubber met the road. I wanted to ask you, and you can feel free not to answer this, but I'm guessing this new potential Ron Logan information came from someone other than Reese Davis.
It is from someone other than Reese Davis.
Thank God.
Look, whatever you think, whatever anyone thinks, and I have no reason to. Whatever anyone thinks, and I'm not really gonna get into it, but whatever anyone thinks of what Reese has said recently, the stuff that he said in 2017, when it was not known publicly how the girls died, and the stuff that he said during his interview with the state police, including Holman in prison, It wasn't just Hansard. Holman was there too. That stuff is literally stuff only the killer would know.
Right.
Whatever you think of what comes later.
True that.
Yeah.
And
Very
so,
interesting.
And I really don't. I think Reese has reported accurately things he was told, even in the later stuff, but the reasons people told him that, I don't know. I mean, Keegan Kline, whatever. You know, Keegan could just be messing with him.
That would really feel like the theme, you know, with Keegan.
I don't know, but the 2017 stuff is gold. I mean, it's just gold.
Yeah.
And it's especially gold. So there are some animal hairs that were found on, I guess they were found on Abby. Well, they were found on Lib.
No.
No, they were found on Libby's clothes, which were on Abby. Anyway, they've only been tested to prove that they were non-human. I'm guessing they were rabbit hairs because one of the things Logan told Reese back in 2017 was that Libby was killed first and he put her behind the rabbit pen in his barn.
Mm.
Well, that would be a big deal.
Those hairs if those hairs are rabbit.
That would make sense why he was back down there later.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, enjoy the confessions.
Thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you for taking all our
having
questions.
me. It's always a privilege to get to, talk with folks about what I at least think I know.
Well, it's an extra honor when it's a couple of simpletons, let me tell you. So really appreciate you.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Talk to you. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bugs, I'll be right back. My girlfriend, who's taller than me, needs help getting something down.
Hell yeah. Go get that.
Be right back.
Oops, I was muted. 2, the court properly admitted Allen's confessions. Although Allen did not preserve this issue, the trial court properly admitted confessions Allen made to his family, Dr. Walla, and correctional staff. The confessions were voluntary and not the product of state coercion, and therefore did not violate his due process right against self-incrimination under the 5th and 14th Amendments or Article 1, Section 14 of the Indiana Constitution. His other state constitutional claims are meritless, and the trial court properly excluded the IPAS settlement, which was not relevant to the voluntariness inquiry. This issue is unpreserved. Although Allen renewed his pretrial objections to the confessions before the correctional officers and Dr. Walla testified. Okay, so there's something he did renew. So they were renewing some things. He did not request a continuing objection or contemporaneously, there we go, object to testimony about the confessions. More importantly, he affirmatively stated he had no objection to the documents memorializing his confessions to correctional staff and Dr. Walla. Welcome back. And he objected only on a different basis to recordings of his confessions to family. and he does not argue fundamental error, thereby waiving that claim, this court should find the issue waived. A. Allen's confessions were voluntary. Both the federal and the state constitutions prohibit the admission of involuntary confessions. A confession is involuntary when a person's free will has been overborne by violence, threats, promises, or other improper influences. Well, what do we deem an improper influence exactly?
Yeah, isn't it inherently violent to put someone in that situation?
I mean, and there's
Something to think about.
yeah. Voluntariness is assessed under the totality of the circumstances. Under the federal constitution, the state must prove voluntariness by preponderance of the evidence, and the ultimate determination of voluntariness is reviewed de novo, though underlying factual determinations are reviewed only for clear error. Under the state constitution, voluntariness must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt, but the trial court's determination of voluntariness is reviewed as other sufficiency matters. An appellate court will not reweigh the evidence of voluntariness and views the evidence in the light most favorable to the trial court's ruling. If there is substantial probative evidence supporting the court's conclusion that the statement was voluntary, that conclusion will not be set aside. 1. Coercive state action is a prerequisite to involuntariness under both constitutions. Coercive state action is a necessary predicate to a finding of involuntariness under the federal constitution. The Constitution is not concerned with moral and psychological pressures to confess emanating from sources other than official coercion.
It's got to be certified coercion.
Yeah, they got to be like literally on video saying, "Say this."
Yeah.
This remains true even when a defendant suffers from mental illness. Oh, yeah. A defendant's mental state is not enough to render a confession involuntary in the absence of coercive police activity. I read that earlier. Evidence of a defendant's mental condition that impaired his cognitive or volitional capacity is never, by itself, sufficient to render a confession involuntary for purposes of due process. Stating the mere fact that a defendant is mentally ill does not render his statement inadmissible per se. Even an actively psychotic or delusional defendant can give a voluntary confession. That's like, fuck, that part hurts. Like,
so fucked.
Yeah. A defendant's mental condition is relevant to the voluntariness inquiry only insofar as it renders the defendant more susceptible to police coercion. Although Allen asserts coercive state action is not a prerequisite under the Indiana Constitution, he provides no analysis to support this assertion. No other justice has ever adopted Justice DeBruler's concurring opinion in suggesting that police coercion might not be required under the Indiana Constitution. Neither Robbins nor Justice DeBruler identified the applicable constitutional provision, Section 14, or engaged in any analysis of it, and both cases involve statements made in response to police interrogation, not volunteered statements. State constitutional questions are resolved by examining the language of the text, the history of its drafting and ratification, case law interpreting it, and the purpose and structure of our Constitution. As explained in Section B below, under the Indiana Constitution, the prohibition on the use of involuntary statements in criminal cases rests solely in Article 1, Section 14's protection against self-incrimination. Section 14 protects only against compelled testimony. It is a right not to be forced to speak. And the compulsion it protects against is state compulsion. Protects against compulsion by legal process to give incriminating testimony. Allen identifies nothing in history, text, or precedent that suggests Section 14 protects against a compulsion to confess that is independent of any state action, or that it applies to volunteer statements not made in response to police interrogation or state-compelled questioning. Okay, so I think Allen's argument then still stands as the coercion was the putting him in Westville in constant solitary confinement.
Right.
Yeah, so.
And it's an action by the state.
Yeah, I still like that argument when you look at it that way. Coercive state is absent in this case. None of the usual hallmarks of police coercion are present in this case. Allen's confessions were entirely volunteered statements. They were not made in response to any law enforcement interrogation. Allen was not subjected to torture. It's literally defined as torture, solitary confinement longer than. Yeah. But okay. Allen was not subjected to torture, beatings, or physical abuse by law enforcement. He was not threatened with harm or offered any promises in exchange for his confessions. I might argue that okay. And he was not held incommunicado and denied requested access to his family or legal counsel until he confessed. Okay, so they're saying he was not denied requested access to his family until he confessed.
I mean,
the alleged coercive state action in this case rests solely on the conditions of Allen's confinement in the restricted housing unit. But the conditions of Allen's confinement did not rise to the level of coercive state action, rendering his confessions involuntary. While the conditions of an individual's confinement prior to confession may bear on the question of whether government conduct was coercive, the mere fact that a defendant was held in disciplinary segregation or solitary confinement prior to making a statement is not sufficient to constitute the requisite coercion. It is when it's over 30 days. They left out the length of time.
Yeah, that probably will be addressed.
I wonder if that differentiates in that text about length of time. All right. The mere fact that the defendant was held in disciplinary segregation or solitary confinement prior to making a statement is not sufficient to constitute the requisite coercion, according to them. Oh, wait. Confession made after 30 days in solitary confinement was voluntary. Oh, they are showing right here that there was a prior ruling that it was voluntary despite being in solitary. But were they a convict?
Correct.
I would like to know if they were a convict. All right. Conditions of confinement rise to the level of psychological coercion or compulsion, rendering statements involuntary only when they are so severe as to be intolerable circumstances that constitute outrageous conduct by the authorities.
Well, it makes sense they didn't want the audio in there.
Sorry. Hold on.
No, you're good.
I got like 5 more minutes. And are you available for like a quickie tomorrow? Quickie read through? Clarify that. Quickie
Thank you for clarifying. I'm a committed man.
Yes. And we love her.
And gas is too expensive. No, I'm kidding. Tomorrow, Friday.
Not the whole time, just like.
No, I'm pretty sure I could join.
Okay, if you can. If you can't. We'll finish up reading tomorrow. It's my kid's bedtime, unfortunately, guys. I would stay here with you all night if I could. But
Righto, chap.
full-time worker and a full-time single mom. So what are we gonna do? I want to thank Keith for being up here with me all night. I want to thank the amazing Michael Osbrook for being able to share his wisdom with us, because God help us if it were just me and Keith and our law tuber knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had a great mix, you know.
Mhm.
With it,
Definitely.
yeah, chat's
And
been phenomenal.
chat's been amazing. I love you guys so much for being here. If someone can link Criminality's full reading with Sleuthy from yesterday, so that if anybody wants to keep on continuing on until I finish the rest tomorrow, please go visit their page and watch that. We love them. Thanks everyone again. I love you all. Bye.
2